Joe, I'm just checking. Can you hear me?
Mute off.
I can hear you, Larissa.
Good evening, everybody. I welcome everyone to the full council meeting, including members, officers, and any members of the public who may be attending remotely. Please be advised that the meeting will be live streamed and data collected during the recording of the meeting will be retained in accordance with the council's data retention policy. The recording of the meeting may be added to the council website. The following staff are in attendance: the Chief Executive remotely, Monitoring Officer, Director of Resources, Head of Finances and Procurement, Contentious Team Leader, and Democratic Services. And I would like to invite the leader of the Conservative group to pay tribute to former councillor and Mayor of Swale, Honorary Alderman Colin Prescott, who sadly passed away recently.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to allow my deputy leader to pass these words, if that's acceptable to you.
That's fine, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's difficult to do justice to Colin in a few short words, but I will do my best. Colin Prescott was truly part of the Swale family, and he and Pamela had a long association with local government. They worked in the banking sector at local branch level, and before moving to Oxfordshire, Pamela was a Swale Borough Councillor. Following their move from Kent, Colin served as a councillor on Cherwell District Council based in Banbury. On their return to North Kent, it was Colin who was elected as ward councillor for East Downs in 1992, standing down at the last election after 27 years of distinguished service. During that time, Colin was twice mayor, first in 2004-05 and again in the 2017-18 civic year. It is a shame that so many of the current members did not have the opportunity to get to know Colin, as he stood down in 2019 due to issues with his health. As well as being an experienced and effective councillor, he was a real character with a good sense of humour and could be relied on to liven up any council meeting. I often wonder if he had ever been involved in amateur dramatics. In meetings, he would sit, normally the end seat in the back row, with his packet of salt-free crisps and Diet Coke. He had a marvellous stage whisper, and every so often, "Well, I don't agree with that," could be heard on the other side of the chamber. Whilst he was mayor, he was a stickler for correct protocols and manners, asking members to be appropriately dressed when the mace was in the chamber and not to move around the chamber whilst other members of the public were speaking. At local elections, Colin would often have one of the best majorities in Swale. And it was not until I started visiting some of his 8 parish councils that I realised just how popular and highly regarded Colin was amongst his local residents. Colin was a great champion for Swale. He will be greatly missed, and we send our condolences to Pamela, his family, and his friends. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Simmons. I'd like to invite the leader to speak, please.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did actually pay tribute to Colin at the cabinet meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I feel very honoured I've been asked to speak at his funeral. You heard from David that Colin went back a long way, so I'm going to ask somebody who also goes back a long way to pay tribute on behalf of the coalition. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Colin and I, obviously I was here before him, but yeah. I don't know where the years have gone. Colin was, obviously he was a Tory, but he was very pragmatic and he was also very collegiate. He very much, especially on planning, made sure that everyone was on board. If you had an issue in your area, then he'd quite happily support a site meeting with his group, as we did with when one of them wanted one. And it was very much how can we make our decisions based on the needs of the community, obviously within planning, because there are rules and regulations. But he was very much it's not about me, it's about us. And he was also your whip. A lot of you won't know that, obviously, but he was also the chief whip of the Conservative group. And a couple of occasions he did report back to me on areas where perhaps some people had got out of their pram, they were so new, but they were soon put back in nicely, because that's the way he did it. He asked me, and this is where he is collegiate, he asked me in his second term of office to do a reading at his Christmas carol service. I don't do social events. It's just one of those things. And I'd never been to any mayor's do's at all. So I had to, I did agree to go to the carol service and do a reading. And by Christ, did I get it in the neck from my group? You know, he's Tory. No, he's the mayor. And the point is, when you're the mayor, you are not, yes, you have a political allegiance, but you're sitting there on behalf of us, on behalf of the residents of Swale, and Colin very much did that. And I wasn't too bad, actually. It was a bit nippy in that church, but it did go pretty well, because it did mean that the following mayor said, well, you went there for him, you've got to come somewhere with us, which was even worse, but that's another story. That was even worse, getting it in the net from my group. But no, Colin really did make a huge contribution to this council when he was here. And I did, when we had our little break just then, Colin was the one who set up what we used to call the planning subgroup, which Councillor Henderson spoke about. And it was up to the chair of planning to call that subgroup to discuss matters, not strategic necessarily, but issue-wide. Now, I know when I chaired one of the scrutiny committees that we did report to that planning subgroup on the big flooding report that we did. So it's not like, oh, that's cabinet and that's committee. It did work. It did work. If people are willing, things can work very well cross party, cross council. And Colin very much took that view, that it's about doing the best for our residents. And if that means that we have to set up another meeting because your committee, Environment Scrutiny, wanted to present something, then so he did. So yes, he will be sadly missed. He had an all-round, which people don't seem to have these days, an all-round awareness of things in the community. And as I say, he was very collegiate and pragmatic, and there was no political dogma whatsoever. I could have missed it, of course, but not from where I was sitting. So yeah, he will be sadly missed, and I do feel for Pam, and I hope, you know, things go well in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. I'd like to invite the leader of the Conservative group to pay tribute to former councillor Lind Taylor, who sadly passed away recently.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This responsibility, I ask that we pass to Cameron Beard, Councillor Beard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beard, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've just heard tributes about someone who spent 27 years in this chamber. Lind was only here for a year, but the impact he made was quite tremendous. He was elected at a by-election that was caused by a member of our group resigning. And we had to, as with any by-election, certainly a year before all-out elections, you don't take them for granted. It was a hard-fought campaign, and Lind was a superb campaigner. He wanted to be out every minute on the doorstep. And it was the same at the 2019 elections, when if we had a canvassing session, he was there without fail. Lind has came onto this council, and at his very first group meeting, he started putting his hand up for every single job that was available. And someone had to lean across to him and say, you want to hedge your bets here and go for something that you want to do, not just end up on everything. What he ended up on was scrutiny, and he absolutely loved it. He spent a long time on the scrutiny committee in his year here. He got involved in task and finish groups. He was what you want from a councillor, a ward councillor. He was there for his residents. After leaving the council, he still remained involved in the local community. He was a founding member of the Walden Bay Residents Association. He was a chairman of the Big Local. He was a trustee of the Eastern Sheppey Community Hub, which he reeled me into. He fought for that because he heard that the police were disposing of the police station in Laysdown and property developers were already sniffing around. So he got it registered as a community asset and then arranged for it to be purchased off of the police to be kept as a community building. And at the moment, we're currently going through the process of getting the works done to be able to make that a rentable space. Lind will be sadly missed on Sheppey. He was a good friend, more than a councillor, he was a good friend to us. It's been a hard year.
Thank you, Councillor Bett. And Councillor Bowen would like to say something, I think.
Try that again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be brief, actually, with your permission, talk very briefly about both Colin and Lind. Colin first. I've had the privilege since I've been in this chamber to sit and watch present company, excluded also a lot of mayors control the council meetings, and two for me stand out in all of the time. One was, and sadly both are now no longer with us. One was Councillor Ingham, who just loved the role, and the second one was Colin, who was the most passionate person that I think I've ever seen sit in that role, and his dedication to being mayor was evident when he stood down as being mayor at the end of his second term, and the amount of money which he raised for his charity, and you could see the emotion and hear the emotion when he spoke about it. He cared deeply for Swale, he cared deeply about the Borough Council, and he cared very deeply about the role of mayor, and he will be missed. In terms of Lind, as Councillor has just said, a short time on the council, and I had the great privilege of working with him on scrutiny committee, and he was just into absolutely everything. He wanted to know about the lot. I was never afraid to ask any questions and look for answers, and that is something which we all should be trying to do, and hopefully those who worked with him on here will take something and remember a bit about what the type of person which he was, because he was he was a gentleman and a scholar, and without a bad bone in his body, would only look for the positives and things, and would just want to make things better, which is the perfect person you want on things like scrutiny committee. They both will be sorely missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. I'd now like to invite the leader to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the two members have talked about Councillor Taylor much better than I can. He was, as you said, only here for 1 year. I didn't know him very well. I do remember the by-election very well, because it was hard fought and extremely disappointing outcome. But he obviously was a good campaigner. And if you will, I'd just like to pass on my condolences and the condolences of everybody in the coalition to his family. Thank you.
There will be a minute's silence in memory of former councillor and Mayor of Swale, Honorary Alderman Colin Prescott, and the former councillor Lind Taylor. We will continue with agenda item number 1, emergency evacuation procedure. There is no scheduled test of the fire alarm, and if the alarm does sound, please leave the building quickly using the doors signed as fire escapes and assemble in the car park at the front of the building and await instructions. If there is anyone in attendance that might require assistance in evacuating the building, please make themselves known. Thank you, Councillor. Agenda item number 2, apologies for absence. I'd like to invite the monitoring officer to give apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually the Chief Executive that will be doing that. I've received apologies from Councillor Derek Carnell, Councillor Roger Clark, Councillor Ken Pugh, Councillor James Hall, Councillor Ken Ingleton and Councillor Elliot Jays are attending the meeting remotely and will not be eligible to vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any others? No. Thank you. Agenda item 3 is the minutes. Do members approve the minutes of the council meeting held on the 10th of November 2021, minutes numbers 413 to 424 as correct record? All agreed? Thank you. Agenda item 4, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare? Thank you. Mayor's announcements. I'm not going to go through every single one of them because it's been since November and things have picked up nicely for the Mayor. But there are a few that I would just like to mention. I attended several Christmas functions with local charities and also held my own fundraising event at Lloyd's Wharf, Sittingbourne, where we actually managed to raise £150. This was at the Raybell Barge Museum, a project with the support of the Sheppey Matters. It was supported by Sheppey Matters. It was decorated with lanterns made by local school children from used plastic bottles. We made £150 for the Mayor Charities, which I was pleased about. And during this time, Sittingbourne has now 3 new vicars, 2 at our Holy Trinity churches in Sittingbourne and Milton, and 1 at St Michael's Church, Sittingbourne. And I welcomed Reverend David, Reverend Colin and Reverend Robert at the licensing ceremony. There were two events that I attended for Kent Wildlife Rescue, which included a very special, I'm going to say, cuddle here from Sarah, the Lady Mayor, Madam Mayor, from Peter the Fox, who are our very own Swale Fox ambassador, and she said she really loved it. There you go. Finally, I was honoured to meet His Royal Highness the Princess of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall when they visited Sheppey Matters, who are celebrating their 30th anniversary in February. It was the highlight of my term, I can assure you, as Mayor. Thank you. Okay. With so many important items to discuss this evening, I'm reordering the agenda, bringing forward those items that have budget implications first. The budget and fees and charges items are essentially one item and need to be considered in conjunction with each other. However, as we have always treated them as separate in Swale, we will continue to do so this evening. But I'm going to reverse the order so that after the council tax support scheme has been discussed, fees and charges will be discussed next. Have you understood that? Good. Okay, item agenda 11, the council tax support scheme 2022/23. And I would like to invite the leader to introduce and report and propose recommendations.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council tax support scheme replaced council tax benefit in 2013. Though there was government support in the initial phase, that has steadily diminished. The support scheme is intended to ensure that those on low incomes contribute something to the local councils that they live in. And not too surprisingly, Swale has the second highest demand in Kent for support. For 2021, we reduced the contribution from 25% to 20%, and that is in line with most others in Kent. Given we have some of the poorest people in Kent, an above average levy is perverse. We did so out of fairness, but also because collection at 25% became difficult and sometimes futile. We will work towards a more banded system for 23-24. But for now, I ask Council to maintain the 80% support and approve the investigation into a banded system thereafter. Mr. Mayor, I propose, and I believe I have a seconder.
Thank you, Leader. And I'd like to invite Councillor Angela Harrison to second the recommendation and ask whether you wish to speak now as seconder or reserve your right to speak.
I'll second and reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to invite Councillor Horton to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Leader and Councillor Harrison, for proposing this paper and seconding it. I was going to pick up, thank you, Leader, on agenda item 2.9, which mentions a banded scheme and says it should be considered for the 2023-24 year. It seems to me that that's a very sensible approach, but I thought the way it was written made it sound as if it was going to be done rather than more than just investigate the implementation of a banded scheme. But I am supportive of that. It is clear that in our community we have people who struggle daily to meet the bills, and there comes a point at which some bill cannot get paid, and we then extend a tremendous amount of effort in trying to get what turns out to be a very little return from people who really can't make that contribution, and that isn't fair. On that note, I would just like to draw members' attentions to section 2.6, which recognises the contribution that is made by Kent finance officers to a pool which allows for the administration of this scheme. We are beneficiaries of that scheme, more so perhaps than most, and I am grateful for that support. I am very comfortable in offering my support behind this paper, and I urge Council to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Horton, and I'd now like to open this to the members for debate. Councillor Harrison, as you reserved the right to speak, do you wish to speak now?
Well, all I will say, Mr. Mayor, is that obviously I welcome this, and in the investigation of the implementation of a banded council tax support scheme for 23-24 will be one of the first things which the new Policy and Resources Committee can look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. This will be a recorded vote. I will ask each member in attendance to state their vote in alphabetical order. Councillor Baldock.
Agreed.
Councillor Beart.
Agreed.
Councillor Bonney.
Agreed.
Councillor Bowen.
Agreed.
Mr. Derek Connell, Clark. Councillor Simon Clark.
Agreed.
Councillor Darby.
Agreed.
Councillor Davey.
Agreed.
Councillor Dendor.
Agreed.
Councillor Eakin.
Agreed.
Councillor Fowle. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Gibson.
Agreed.
Councillor Gould,
Agreed.
Councillor Hampshire,
Full.
the other Councillor Harrison, Hampshire. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Horton,
Agreed.
Councillor Hunt,
Agreed.
Councillor Jackson, Councillor Knights,
Agreed.
Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Marchington,
Agreed.
Councillor Martin,
Agreed.
Councillor McCall,
Agreed.
Councillor Neal,
Agreed.
Councillor Nasanga, she's not here, is she?
Agreed.
Agreed. Sorry, I didn't see it sitting over there. Councillor Palmer,
Agreed.
Councillor Perkin, Councillor Rolls,
Agreed.
Councillor Saunders,
Agreed.
Councillor Simmons,
Agreed.
myself, agreed. Councillor Sarah Stephen, Councillor Tatton,
Agreed.
Councillor Thomas,
Agreed.
Councillor Truelove,
Agreed.
Councillor Valentine,
Agreed.
Councillor Whelan,
Agreed.
Councillor Whiting,
Agreed.
Councillor Winkles
Agreed.
and Councillor Woodford.
Agreed.
Thank you, members. That was a unanimous, apart from those that weren't here. I thought I'd just state that fact. Okay, moving on to our item agenda 13, the review of fees and charges 2022/23. And I'd like to invite Councillor Truelove's Leader of the Cabinet for Finance to speak and propose the recommendations.
Mr. Mayor, I'm so glad we've got the controversial bit out of the meeting and we can get down to the easy stuff now. So fees and charges are transparently part of the whole budget process, and a balance has to be reached between ensuring the stability of council funding and a fair levying of fees to the public in general. These fees and charges have been through a rigorous examination by the Cabinet on December the 8th and by scrutiny on January the 26th. Cabinet also gave serious consideration to 2 amendments proposed by scrutiny on February the 9th, but found that there was not enough grounds to change the proposals. I would like to propose the 2 recommendations on page 91, but I understand there are 2 amendments proposed and we will need to consider them first, I assume. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I need a seconder for the proposal.
Yes. Councillor Harrison.
Second and reserve my right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. 2 amendments have been received, circulated to members and published on the council website. Now that the recommendations have been proposed and seconded, I invite Councillor Eakin to propose your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're again discussing parking charges after lack of listening to residents in certain areas of the borough. And unlike other councils, Swale is offering zero compromise when it comes to parking charges. With running costs higher than ever, and the threat of online shopping booming, traders now have to compete with a massive 20% increase in parking charges, all except those in Laysdown, who are now expected to explain an increase of 128%. It's hardly a justifiable increase for the residents of Swale. The traders have been through a very rough 2 years, to say the least. Our high streets were already somewhat lonesome, and COVID certainly hasn't helped that. To ensure the survival of our local traders and their businesses, many of which contribute massive to the community, we should be taking better steps, and I'm therefore proposing that the parking charges are frozen for this year to give the traders a year to recover. Parking charges do add up. no matter how much it might seem to some, money spent on parking can be otherwise spent on one or two extra items. Businesses are doing whatever they can to attract customers away from the larger shopping areas, now only for the council to be stealing an extra 20% of the money in the customer's back pocket. The much larger shops are already offering free parking, and yet again, I refer to examples such as Neat's Court. Why on earth would someone bother going to the high street for a few items when I can go to a massive superstore and not to have to pay out any money whatsoever before I've even walked in the door? Freezing parking, of course, does come at a cost to the council, but I think you need to imagine, would residents feel more comfort with reserves going on helping the local traders with a freeze on parking, or would they rather pour it into future projects not even in the pipeline? Well, of course, I'm expecting the climate emergency to be a big excuse as to why the council can't consider a freeze, but I really do think that there are some people here who really need to start knocking on some doors. You can support a climate and ecological emergency while still showing some compromise and compassion for local trade. Well, yeah, that not even local trade, this people's lives and their families' livelihoods. And I do not remember at whatever the cost being in the motion. Public transport's great, but you know, again, I think some people generally don't understand that it's not a viable option on Sheppey at the minute. There are some people who are forced to drive absolutely everywhere, and while I know that must be a big thing for some councils to swallow, it is impossible for people to shop the way some people would like them to. It isn't because they're lazy or because they don't know that they should, it's because they physically can't. The traders need help now, and we can't provide the public transport we need right now. So unfortunately, we need to compromise, not sit in the council meetings thinking the whole, oh, that'll show them mentality. The proposed parking charges are excessive, unjustified, and to many residents unfair. Shortfalls in car parking should be owned by the council during COVID recovery. Traders across the borough have and will be making many sacrifices, and it is time Swale Council show one when it comes on parking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eakin. And I'd like to get on the right page. I'd like to invite. Hang on, which one? What's next? Reviewing parking charges. Now I've got that. Yeah. Councillor Dendor to second this. Is your hand up? Yeah. Councillor Dendor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I second the motion and I reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dendor. In accordance with the procedure rule 15.3, the section 151 officer has advised the following. The implications of freezing the car park fees at 2021/22 levels would result in an increase in the budget gap of £275,000. This is the estimated increase in car parking income expected from the proposed price increase. Allowing a margin for some loss of income due to displacement, the use and reserves to cover this gap is a one-year only solution, and ongoing savings to cover the loss will need to be found within the base budget. As stated in the S25 report within the proposed budget, the ongoing uses of reserves is not sustainable in the medium term. I would now like to open this debate to members, and I would ask Councillor Palmer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note Councillor Dendor seconded this amendment. However, at the KCC budget, he and others from his party voted for cuts to the bus service and refused to support an amendment for KCC to use reserves to maintain the service. Councillor Dendor seems to be saying it's okay for Swale to use reserves, but not KCC. We are trying to have a modal shift away from car use where possible, but the cuts to buses doesn't help with that. Plus the appalling rise in school bus levy supported and voted for by the Conservatives on KCC. One must ask why KCC didn't use its reserves to maintain these services. The damage being done to businesses is being caused by the Conservative government with its with its tax on jobs increased, and that 2% national insurance, which is a 10% increase on national insurance, that is what's affecting business. This increase affects both employers and employees, but disproportionately impacts on the low paid. However, high rate earners over a certain threshold do not pay the full rate of national insurance. The removal of the £20 universal credit is causing real hardship. This Conservative government is taking money from people, which reduces their spending power and the opportunity to support our local businesses. It is government Conservative policy of supporting what seems to be the rich and powerful in this country, while hitting the hard-pressed and hardest that is hurting and harming businesses locally. If you went out and spoke to residents, you would realise that. Many of our residents will be facing fuel increases, the impact of which will place severe financial burdens on our residents, our businesses. Why hasn't the government removed VAT on fuel? Our residents are going to see their household fuel bills double because of this. Yet the Conservative government does nothing to help the hard-pressed residents. While many say inflation is running at 5%, for many hard-pressed and hard-done by families, it's far in excess of that. And fuel, people are seeing over 100% increase. The fact is there is no evidence that marginal changes to car park fees makes any difference in town centre footfall. And if you can produce that evidence, please do so. We have produced a balanced budget while protecting services and jobs as far as we can. The government funding of local authorities is uncertain past 2022-23. It is clear, it is also made clear in the same table that using of reserves is unsustainable, plus the continued inflationary pressure we are all feeling is further impacting on the council services. The council cannot sustain the loss of car park revenue from the pandemic and the possible changes in working patterns going forward. The government did not fully refund the losses during the pandemic, as was allegedly stated during scrutiny. At scrutiny, people had the opportunity to raise amendments, but the Conservatives and others failed to do so. But the Conservatives did seem
That's 3 minutes.
in raising concerns for their developers. Thank you.
Councillor Valentine, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This amendment starts by saying to help town centre traders. I fear Councillor Eakin has not looked at the evidence on this. So we have this debate every year. In fact, I think it's only recently that Councillor Eakin brought a motion to this council that where we have looked at, or where we have provided free parking in the run up to Christmas, the evidence shows that it does not increase the footfall in the town or the take from the town traders. What it does is it fills the car parks with commuters and with shop workers. It moves people who would have walked or cycled into town to drive into town. So this amendment would cost us 275,000, but would provide no benefit to the town traders. Car parks have to be paid for somehow, and surely it's fairer that the car drivers pay for it rather than putting that burden onto the council taxpayers. Thank you.
Councillor Baldock, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was listening to the opening speech, and one phrase stuck out. A suggestion that we sit in a room thinking, that'll show them. I noticed that the mover doesn't get an opportunity to respond to this debate, so I'll name him, which will give him the opportunity to respond. Councillor Deakin, what exactly did you mean by people sitting in this room thinking, that'll show them? Can you explain and justify that statement?
Yeah, no, it was just about the fact that we're all sitting here. All right. Yeah, it was just the fact we're all sitting here Yeah, I did on. You know, that we're all sitting here discussing parking when we can all afford parking in the town centre, but there are people who don't. That's and to encourage like public transport. That's what it is. But on, as I say, on Sheppey, you know, it's not a viable option. So that's what it's to do with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tatton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support Councillor Deakin in the majority of these instances, in particular the 128% increase on visitors stroke holiday makers wishing to park in Laysdown. I mean, holiday makers go to Laysdown so they can enjoy the beach, the sea, and they've got no facilities other than the arcades and fresh air. Whereas Sheerness has got 2 theatres, heritage centre, play parks. They've also got the sea, but maybe the air is not so fresh. They've got the shops, right? And you're asking people of visiting Laysdown, possibly Gordon and Eastchurch, to pay 128% difference. So I can go into Sheerness and pay £1.20 if this goes through. But if I want to stay at Laysdown and enjoy the beach when the sun shines, it's going to cost me a £5. Where is the level playing field? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tatton. Councillor Bowen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank Councillor Early for the State of the Union address that you decided to give about KCC and everything else in the world, or rather, I'd say waffle. And then the other referral by another councillor about, we keep going back to Christmas parking. We're not mentioning about free parking. We're not mentioning about anything about Christmas parking. The motion is saying freeze the parking rates as what they are at the moment. That's it. And the reason why I think this is a good thing, we are coming out of hopefully, touch wood, coming out of a pandemic, and we need, as we've been trying to do for many, many years, to revitalise and regenerate our town centre. And to do that, we need people to come to our town centres. And to come to our town centres and do their weekly shop, is it reasonable to expect them to come on a bike? Because I ain't going to do that. Most people are needing to drive because that is how they do their weekly shop. Whether you like it or not, that's the fact of life. Because you're not going to take your weekly shop on a bus, you're not going to take your weekly shop on a train, you're not going to get on a bike, and you're going to be incredibly strong if you can carry it home. So I get the green side of it, but actually real life sets in on this. And what do we look to do? We're going to cost you even more money. Now, correct me if I'm wrong as well, anybody. I understand that if you put cash into our parking machines at the moment, they don't give change. So currently, yeah, nice 50 pence, in it goes, you've got half an hour. Great, 1 coin, done, or £1, or whatever it's going to be. What we're now suggesting is actually we'll take that 50p and we'll have to get another 10 pence to put it in. I think fewer people are likely to carry around 2 coins to want to put in that machine. Therefore, that 50p is more likely to become potentially £1 or more money for the council. That's not keeping money in people's pockets at the time they need it. Yes, costs are going up. People are struggling to cover the cost of living. And yet this council, not interested in the regeneration of the town centre and not interested in the pounds of people's pockets. That's why we should be keeping the car parking rates as they are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Whiting, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just going to be speaking in favour of the amendment, as has been mentioned. Councillor Bowen has just covered off an awful lot of what I wanted to say, but I do think that we have to get this in perspective. This is not free parking, and I think the arguments being made about that are totally spurious. This is about freezing it to give the town centre traders the opportunity to try to recoup some losses, and also to send a signal to the public that we are supporting them in visiting our town centres. We're going to put your prices up, 100 and something percent in Laysdown. We're going to put your prices up. So why would you want to come here? Why not go to Neats Court? Why not go to Blue Water? Why not go elsewhere where you can park for free and buy what you need? So this is sending out the wrong message. at a time when we should be sending out the right message to people in support of Councillor Bonnie's town centre regeneration plans and everything else. We should be sending the right message out to people. Come to our town centres. And you know what? We're not going to make it more expensive for you to do so. We're going to help you best we can to do. It was a wonderful party political speech. I'm not quite sure which party it was, but I never am with Councillor Palmer. But there was a whole load of stuff in there that was completely inaccurate. KCC has and does regularly use reserves for one-off spending. And this is a one-off spending item. We're simply saying there's 275 grand or whatever the number is. There's 275 grand where we can do something useful for the public and useful for our town centre traders. And as a one-off spending commitment to bring that out of reserves and use that money is, I would have thought that, you know, we put money in reserves for rainy days. Well, we've got a rainy day. And we can pull some of that extra money down. This is not about long-term investment and long-term use of reserves for revenue spending. The whole thing can be reconsidered as part of the budget next year. So I would support entirely my colleague's amendment that we use a one-off drawdown of reserves for 1 year to freeze these payments and send out the right message to our traders and to our public. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nicholas Hampshire, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Whiting, I've been telepathic because he said a lot of things that I was going to say, but actually devising a budget is not an easy process to go through. And yeah, Councillor Palmer, yeah, fair enough. The cost of living crisis and the increase in national insurance and that, I don't welcome it. A lot of people won't welcome it. And what we need to do, though, is focus on what we have control over. Petrol prices are going up at the moment because of what's going on in Russia. We don't do geo-national politics in this council chamber, but what we do is set the prices of car park charges. And at a time when inflation is going up, we have an opportunity to actually keep costs down for our residents by using reserves. This is a one-off measure for 1 year to show that we support our traders and we support our residents by freezing our charges for a year. And just because you increase the price does not mean to say that you will deliver the returns that you're expected to, because actually people may decide, I'm not going to use Swale Borough Council's car parks, I'm going to go somewhere else. So you might not actually get what you think you're going to get with the increase that you're proposing. Labour's party political broadcast, I thought, was very interesting last week. It was saying you wanted to be respectful to businesses and to communities. Well, actually, if you really support your traders and your communities, then this is a really easy, simple measure to just freeze the charges for a year and actually deliver on what Sir Keir Starmer wants to do for you, Councillor Truelove.
Councillor Gibson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening with interest to these smoke screens that have been set up by many members opposite. We've heard probably till I'm sick to the back teeth of it. Councillor Whiting's regular trot out of this is taxpayers' money. These are our residents' money. He repeats that time and time again. Yet he's quite happy to dip into reserves for people that may not use those services. And I'm talking about non-drivers, for example. We've heard claims that everyone in here can afford to pay for parking. Well, I suggest that might not be the case in every case. So I'd be very, very guarded. We've heard about your weekly shop on the high street. I would now beg anybody to put their hand up that does a weekly supermarket shop on the high street and tell me what town in this borough that is. It doesn't happen. So therefore, I think it's just purely smoke screens, mirrors, and what I would generally say is I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, not this amendment. Thank you.
Yes, I was aware of what you meant, Councillor Gibson. Yeah. Councillor Martin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. first and foremost, not everybody uses their car to do their weekly shop. My parents never drove. Never drove. The weekly shop meant that we walked 2 miles into town, we loaded up all the kids, we carried it home and we took it into the house. That's how we did things. It's perfectly possible. Secondly, in terms of we have some of the lowest rates of parking charges in this county. They're a darn sight less than our neighbouring authority in Canterbury, where most people from Faversham will head to, rather than into Sittingbourne or Sheppey when they're travelling. That's a key element. We've heard about using the climate and ecological emergency as an excuse. It is not an excuse, it is an emergency. We have a duty to ensure that we protect this planet for those that come after us. Now, 10 pence, that's what we're talking about here. Let's not go baffling people by saying it's a big 20% rise and it's going to take 20% out of people's pay packets. It's not. It's going to take 10 pence when they choose to drive into town. For most of our residents, it is possible to walk a lot of the journeys that they're currently driving for. For a lot of our residents, it is possible to cycle for a lot of the facilities that they utilise. And we're starting to see those changes in some areas. Certainly from the Faversham Pools point of view, we've seen that people have started cycling in and using the new cycle racks and then going to the pools rather than driving into the town centre to do so. It's a positive element. Yes, it's a difficult thing to do, but we've also got to bear in mind the increased costs on parking. Maintaining our car parks, the cost of doing so is increasing. In 2020, the cost of construction materials went up 14%. In 2021, it's gone up 20%. Now, those costs will be felt whenever we have to go and repair potholes in our car parks. It's as simple as that. The costs have gone up. We froze parking fees last year. In that time, we've had more increases in the costs. We need to ensure that that is recouped to an extent. We need to ensure that we have a balanced budget for the long term. We can't keep freezing parking prices. It's not the right way to do things. We can support traders in many, many other ways, ensuring that good events are run in our town centres, continuing with the good work through the high street funds to renew our street furniture, to clear up and tidy our high streets, working with traders to ensure that footways aren't blocked with A-frames constantly that don't match, actually working together with business, ensuring that people are walking. And if you look, people who walk and cycle into town centres have longer dwell times and have higher spending in the town centres. We're talking about 10 pence. We're arguing over 10p. Quite frankly, most of the people in our borough
That's 3
will
minutes.
drive, will be able to afford that, and it's something we need to do to keep this a balanced budget.
Councillor Harrison, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we sat down, that was the hot air meter was 593 and it's now 906. So just saying. Right, okay. This is about traders have had a tough time. Let's help town centre traders. This council, during that first months of lockdown, we gave free car parking. Now, I don't know if that improved town centre traders' lot or not. Some of them weren't open. What I do know is, and everyone here in this chamber knows in their heart, town centres have been changing over the last 20 odd years. We as a council have done absolutely nothing until Councillor Bonney came in and she's been doing things about, right, what's the future look like? What can we do to help you in the future? You know, the previous administration did nothing. So this is one of the things that we are looking at in terms of helping town centre traders, and given freezing car parking charges isn't going to help. What will help is if people in this chamber showed a bit of leadership and actually went down the town and started doing a bit of shopping there. When we had that Sheppey area committee, one councillor actually admitted, well, I don't shop in the town centre. I do, and I have done for years. I have never once ordered from the A place. I've no intention of ordering online from the A place. So start putting your money where your mouth is and get down the town and do your shopping there. I have knocked on doors many times over the years. What's the council doing about the town centre, Ange? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, I don't have time to go down the town and go in all those different shops. I do my shopping in one place. I'm not advertising them either. And I said, but if you're not going down the town, what are you saying the council should be doing then? If you as a resident aren't prepared to use it, what are we supposed to do? Have some super duper place just for show that nobody's going to be using? You know, this is what it's all about. Councillor Bonney is tidying things up and talking to the traders about what do you want and where do we go. But it's down to each and every one of us to actually, start doing it ourselves. And to actually admit in a meeting, public meeting, that you never go shopping in the town, I think it really is appalling. So this is one of those red herring things, isn't it? It's, oh, we've got to put something up, let's put this up. Car park, we've complained over the years, I know. But having got the evidence when we got in and found the evidence from your free car parking that actually it makes no difference to footfall, perhaps we've had a change of heart. So I shan't be supporting this amendment. I think it's wrong. By the way, I'm down the town Thursday and Friday. There's a couple of bits I need, and I suggest everyone else
3 minutes.
Bothered actually goes down there themselves. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McCall, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Martin said it's only 10 pence, but 10 pence to a lot of people is still quite a lot. Why can't, instead of having the car parks in Sheerness, they have the market in there 2 days a week? That's 2 days of lost revenue for this council. But I fully support Councillor Eakins' motion. I think, a freeze on car parking would benefit Sheerness. We can move the markets out of the car parks into the town, and that would free up 2 days worth of revenue, which would be a good asset to use in this position.
Thank you, members. Is there any last? Okay, Councillor Horton, please.
What a fascinating debate. If you don't, that comes from the experience of this chamber, Councillor Henderson. If you don't want to support this, that's fine. Budgets are about choices. What we spend our money on and what we don't spend our money on is a choice of this council. In our press release about the budget, the leader of the council has said, in line with government expectations and the position of many other councils, we will be using some of our savings to balance the budget. We have already created a reserve of 2 million, and we will use 1.65 million of that in this difficult year. Our current budget for the next financial year shows a gap of 1.65 million, but thanks to sound financial management, that's a huge overdraft, but I'll let that go. Since the pandemic began, we will meet the deficit with council reserves and government grants. Despite the financial implications of the pandemic, I believe we owe it to Swale residents to make improvements across the borough, and we'll continue to use our reserves to encourage growth and recovery in the borough. What we have made is a suggestion on what you might do with some of the reserves. Interestingly, our two amendments, this one and the one to follow, total £360,000. You set aside 2 million, so we are 10k off of that target. All we are proposing is this is a way of spending money that you put aside for balancing the budget. It's interesting that the comment was made that there is no proof that this will make a difference yet, and I'm grateful to the Section 151 officer for her confirmation. This is a single year proposal. It's not a revenue proposal, and yeah, a Tory standing up and saying let's spend reserves is a little bit odd. I get that, but we are dealing with times which are a little bit odd. And we are saying we think that there is a justification in spending this money in this way. If you choose not to, that's absolutely fine. But the Section 151 officer makes an interesting comment. It says, we have allowed for a margin for some loss of income due to displacement, a recognition that putting up the charges will change the pattern of parking, or may change the pattern of parking in our borough at a time when we don't want that to happen. This is, yeah, we've had fantastic debate here. Very little of it is actually.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perkin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a slightly, it's a bit of a segue comment really, but I've noticed during this debate that such comments have been made, like that'll show them and stealing from the residents. And I think it's really worth noting that we should all be a bit careful about how we use language in the chamber, because I don't know about everybody else, but I face a lot of criticism on social media and I face a lot of abuse on social media. And as a woman in politics, I face a disproportionate amount of abuse online, and I have had residents threaten to bolt my door shut. I've had residents threaten to burn my house down. Putting out words like the council are stealing from the residents and we're sitting here saying that will show them is not helpful in producing a balanced and transparent view of what happens within council chambers. And it's also not helpful in encouraging more diverse people to be involved in local politics. So I'm just going to use this opportunity to ask a little bit that we are careful with what we say. We can robustly debate each other, but there's no need to use emotive language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perkin. If there's anybody else, then I would like to ask Councillor Truelove, as the proposer of the original motion, whether he wishes.
Sorry, do I have right to speak now?
Yeah.
As a second.
Councillor Dendor, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Truelove. You know me very well. Yes, thank you. I'm going to be as brief as I can because so much has been said already. But I want to pick out a couple of things said by other speakers. And I'll go in reverse order, I think. Councillor Harrison, absolutely, I use the town centre all the time. Yeah, I'm up and down the high street all the time. However, there's not a supermarket in the high street. So when I do my weekly shop, well, my wife does, it's in, yes, one of the supermarkets around, yeah? So if you want me to come into the high street, yeah, then it will be for the smaller shops in the high street. And I believe Sheerness is the same. And by the way, I believe the person who said they don't shop in Sheerness High Street is not of this party here. Picking up Councillor Valentine's remarks, just to make a point there, the 375,000 is not a cost. It's reduced income. And it's reduced income to plug other gaps. So I think it's wrong to call it a cost. It is not a cost. You're reducing income that you're using for other things. It is not a cost to the council. Okay? It doesn't cost anything, yeah, to the council to raise the charges, does it? To reply to Councillor Martin, not all shoppers use cars. I think that's totally disingenuous. I don't know where he's been, but I'm absolutely certain that over 90% do. And I'd like to see people doing their weekly shop and putting them on bicycles. I'd love to see that because it's impossible when you're doing your weekly shopping, cycling home on a bicycle, trying to catch your weekly shopping. So, you know, I don't know, and even buses, you know, if you look at the sort of bags that we put in the car on a weekly shop, yeah, carrying them onto buses, I've seen people struggling. So yes, of course we're using cars. Yes. To reply, well, I think it's worth replying to Councillor Palmer because he spoke about everything but the motion actually at hand. So I don't know if it's worth replying to him at all. I understand, absolutely understand the use of reserves. As was said, we are against using reserves as a party in normal times. Yes, it's against our creed, it's against our beliefs. But these are difficult times and you have to make a balanced view. And the reserves are there. We're only proposing them for the next year. We've made that clear. And I will be a bit cheeky here and just end on saying, but of course, if this administration hadn't spent some of the reserves, there'd be plenty of reserves there actually to...
3 minutes.
Thanks.
Councillor Truelove, as the proposer has of the original motion, whether he wishes to exercise his right to debate the amendment.
I think I will, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor. Sorry? Okay, in a sense, I don't need to say a lot because Councillor Horton's read out my press coverage. But this is a serious financial matter, and I want everybody on the council to face up to the seriousness.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, what is
that? Point of order is Councillor Harrison.
If Councillor Truelove is replying as the proposer of the original motion, it hasn't been. It was only formally seconded, and I didn't speak. You were going to call me back.
Well, you have spoken. Now you come back on the original motion.
We're debating the amendment.
Okay. Joe, where am I on time now? Have I used up all my 3 minutes? Because I really wouldn't welcome that. Look, please concentrate. It's an important financial issue, and the 151 officer has indicated how serious it is. It's a very large sum of money to add to the gap we have between expenditure and revenue. It takes us up to practically 2 million. Now, I was going to say that I thought it's very unsatisfactory for this motion to come forward with just the airy use the reserves without it actually being said what the reserves would be. But Councillor Horton has made it clear that the Conservatives want to use up the whole of the budget contingency fund that we set aside, notwithstanding we'll have difficulties next year and the year after. And I think it's really quite irresponsible to want to do that. But the thing I really want to concentrate on is don't be fooled by this. It's only for 1 year nonsense. It is nonsense. It doesn't stack up, because if we agree to this, it extends the gap to 2 million. That automatically carries forward into the following year. And then, the following year, by the way, is the budget before the elections. Bear that in mind, please, if you're on the coalition side. So what we will have is a situation next year where you either have to make up this funding by introducing higher charges, or you will have to make really serious savings somewhere else when we already will need to make those savings because of the budget situation, or you're going to find more reserves. And it's not unlimited reserves. We don't have reserves just to balance the budget. So please, if you want to have a very, very difficult budget round next year before the elections and you're on the coalition side, vote for this. But otherwise, don't vote for it. If I've got a few moments left, just to say, I agree with the contention that I cannot believe there's any evidence that slight movements in car park fees that we haven't made for 7 years and put us in line with other authorities is actually, in truth, a deterrent to people using the town centre. And as to the sort of rhetoric about inflation busting rise, 50p to 60p is a 10p rise. It is 20%. It is more than inflation. It's only 10p. If you'd like, we could do it
It's 3 minutes.
And then it would be 52.5p. How ludicrous would that be, asking people to put 52.5p into the into the machine? So please, sensible.
Councillor Trudeau, I'm afraid that is 3 minutes.
All right, okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask for a point of clarification, if it's possible, from the leader? Allowed within the rules?
No, you've spoken once and asked questions once. That's the limit for this amendment, Councillor Whiting. No. There will now be a recorded vote on the amendment, and I will ask each member in physical attendance to state their vote in alphabetical order. Councillor Baldock.
Against.
Councillor Beart.
For.
Councillor Bonney.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Simon Clark.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Davey.
Against.
Councillor Dendor.
For.
Councillor Eakin.
For.
Councillor Fowle. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Gibson.
Against.
Councillor Gould.
Against.
Councillor Anne Hampshire.
For.
Councillor Nicholas Hampshire.
For.
Councillor Harrison. Councillor Horton. Councillor Hunt.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Knights.
Against.
Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Marchington.
For.
Councillor Martin. Councillor McCall.
For.
Councillor Neal.
For.
Councillor Nisanga.
For.
Councillor Palmer.
Against.
Councillor Perkin.
Against.
Councillor Rolls.
Against.
Councillor Saunders.
Against.
Councillor Simmons.
For.
Myself against. Councillor Sarah Stephen. Councillor Tatton.
For.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Truelove.
Against.
Councillor Valentine.
Against.
Councillor Whelan. Councillor Whiting.
For.
Councillor Winklis.
Against.
Councillor Woodford.
Against.
Yes. Members, that amendment has fallen. Eight, 18 for, 23 against. Thank you. Councillor Simmons, I invite you to propose the next amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a shame that we are dealing with fees and charges on the same evening as we're dealing with the budget. In the past, fees and charges have always been agreed at a previous meeting, which has given members and officers the opportunity to go forward with the knowing what the fees and charges are, so that they can produce a balanced budget. And I think that the fact that they're on the same night is probably evidence in some of the debate we've just had. Now, it could be argued that the one service that the Borough Council offers to every household is its duty as the Waste Collection Authority. Certainly, the waste contract is our single largest contract. 22-23 will see lengthy negotiations regarding the contract renewal in 2023. We believe that this is the wrong moment to bring in a new charge for replacement domestic refuse and recycling bins if damaged, lost or stolen, unless it is proved that the damage or loss occurred during the emptying of the bin by the contractor. At the Scrutiny Committee, the Cabinet Member for the Environment acknowledged that this charge would be introduced carefully, with frequently asked questions for residents, and that the service would be monitored. This new charge will raise approximately £85,000, which at £30 a bin means 2,833 bins are lost or stolen each year. Really? Although the council is not required to provide bins, they are the most environmentally effective way of collecting waste, and we have always provided them. They do remain the property of the council and not the resident who is being asked to pay for a replacement. The total annual cost to replace bins has risen to a staggering £312,000 in recent years, with multiple requests for replacement bins. This charge will raise £85,000, but we have no knowledge of the £227,000 difference. This is not, members, about supplying bins to new houses, as they are provided via a charge to the developer. We are told that the charging regime will be introduced with sensitivity. Surely the best course of action is not to introduce a new charge this year, so that a proper investigation can be carried out into why so many bins are going missing. If there are multiple requests and fraud, they need to be investigated. That would be far better than laundering innocent residents with this new bin tax. I beg to move the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Simmons. Councillor Beard, I invite you to second the amendment or reserve your right to speak.
Second and reserve my right, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In accordance with the procedure, Rule 15.3, the Section 151 officer has advised the following. The implications of not going ahead with the replacement bin charge would result in an increase in the budget gap of £85,000 in 22/23, rising to £200,000 in 23/24. The use of reserves to cover this gap is a one-year only solution, and ongoing savings to cover the loss will need to be found within the base budget. As stated in the S25 report, within the proposed budget, the ongoing use of reserves is not sustainable in the medium term. I would now like to open the debate to members. Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I struggle a little bit with, and again, I am grateful to the Section 151 officer for her guidance on this one. It's probably not a question I can answer and expect an answer to, but I am struggling with why £85,000 worth of bins would need replacing in 22/23, which is a full financial year, and then suddenly that goes up to £200,000 worth of bins the following year. There's something seriously wrong with the public of Swale if we can predict in advance that they're going to damage 2.5 times as many bins in one year as they damaged the year before. So I'm struggling with that, and there's probably a really good financial reason for those figures, but it does concern me. This is not really about the budget. It's about choices, and it's about the way that we treat the public of Swale. I am not against charging people legitimately for their bins, but I think this is premature, we are going to conduct an experiment in what charging people for their bins looks like during the course of an active year, and what a year that is going to be. With all of the things which Councillor Palmer so gratefully and eloquently described in the last motion going on in our lives, we want to charge people for the bins, and we don't really understand where they're going, why they're going, or what damage or what this involves. So we're going to set up a fairly complicated, I suspect, appeals procedure, which is going to take up Mr. Cassell and his staff's time in the year when they absolutely need to be focusing on the delivery of a good quality bin contract going forward. So I think we should delay this for a year, understand properly what the implications are, and I fundamentally believe that if we think people are squirreling away bins to use for other services, why are we not punishing the ones who are offending instead of punishing everybody by making them pay? It seems fundamentally unfair, and I don't think we should do it. Thank you.
Councillor Saunders, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, we need to reject this amendment. It's really based on very outdated thinking about the challenges that we face in delivering high quality waste services to our residents. I'm going to pick up on two things that have been raised so far. Firstly, the budget, that somehow it's not about the budget. We really can't afford to just drift along using our reserves to pay for free new bins for any resident that feels they need one. It might only be for this year £85,000 worth of costs that we're going to raise in income. But if we have to draw that £85,000 from a diminishing reserve, which is running out at the end of next year, we're going to put ourselves in a weaker position for the further year, as the Section 151 officer has already said. And over the course of the new contract, we'd be looking at a sum of about £1 million as minimum that we would end up paying out, or costs we would have to meet in terms of providing free bins. And that's money that could be spent on maintaining collections and improving street cleaning, rather than subsidising residents who we won't have given any incentive to look after our bins. In terms of the issue about not doing this now, this really is kicking the can down the road, rather than grabbing the problem and getting it sorted out. We know that the costs of We know that the costs of providing a high quality waste collection service are likely to rise. And we need to get on with finding ways of making the service more economically efficient. If we move forward now, in a year's time, we will be able to review how well replacement bin charging works and incorporate the learning into the new contract. If we sit on our hands for the next year, we're going to be £83,000 poorer and introducing a change in process at the same time as we have the upheaval of launching a new contract. So we really do need to get on with this now. The other thing I just want to mention, and it's really for coalition colleagues, I appreciate it's a difficult time for many residents, and I've listened very carefully to the concerns that other colleagues have raised about introducing these charges. But we are committed to minimising the impact of the charge on residents as much as we can. The charge only makes a contribution to our costs in providing replacement. 3 minutes. And we're not expecting to generate a surplus. The charge is at the low end of charges made by Kent councils.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm afraid that is 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Knights, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think last time we discussed this, it was said that some residents were fraudulently claiming for bins. I'd like to ask why the council then doesn't speak to them if they know that they're fraudulently claiming for the bins, why they don't stop them. And I think that we spoke before that if it's going to be £30 for some households, £30 to replace a bin could be the weekly shopping for the family. It could also mean that bins could be stolen if it becomes chargeable and then sold for cheaper than the council sell them for. And I think, yeah, there should be an incentive. So although I don't fully support this, I would if it said the fee for the first time replacements be removed. So if you did lose your bin, and that's for each taxpayer, not for each resident, so someone's got 4 houses. So if their bin is stolen, they get their first replacement bin. And then I feel as if we're being fair to the taxpayer, but then we don't keep replacing them. But also I think we must be robust, that if we know that someone is, you know, having 3 or 4 bins, or we know they're being fraudulent, then why don't we just stand up and say to them, you can't have a new bin? So I don't support it in the way it is, but I would if it said the fee for the first time replacement of bins. Thank you.
So since the rule change, amendments have to be proposed in advance, and I think that does preclude them being amended on the night. And in addition to that, of course, we're halfway through the debate. So.
Yeah. Councillor MacDonald, please.
Yes. I'd like to know, I mean, 2,800 bins is astonishing, quite frankly, but there we are. I certainly take on the problem of people, unfortunately, some of our less honest people in the population actually stealing them. If one loses one, they go round and they'll steal somebody else's. So very, very difficult. But I think what we've got to do is to actually look at the percentage. It's the percentage of we've got an increasing population, an increasing number of homes by quite a considerable amount. So if you take the percentage of bins that get lost or stolen, you've got to allow for the fact that there's an increase in the number of properties. Yeah, it's a bit obvious. So I mean, 85,000 loss at the moment will inevitably go up with an increase in the number of properties. So I think we should be looking at the actual percentage rather than the actual cost, quite frankly.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely agree with this amendment. I don't think it's right to be charging for bins. Recently, I had on my wards the bin lorry come along and steal pretty much everybody's bins along one road. There was meant to be, there's obviously a problem with the bin lorry, and it swallowed a whole load of bins up. And when I spoke to officers, they weren't even aware that this had happened. Biffa did not report it back to the council. We didn't know that there was a problem, and all residents found their bins missing when they came home from work. If you get into a situation like that, where they've then got to start proving that their bin was taken into the lorry, it's just going to be causing a mess. And it is right that we take this year to have a look to what all the issues are, and then look at it again next year. It does seem to be that there's a lot here that you don't want to be putting it down to next year because we've got an election coming up. Are you really worried about just the election, or are you worried about what residents think about the costs that they're going to be having? And I can see that in this budget that we've got later on, there is other income that this council has been getting, especially from things like Sittingbourne Town Centre, the regeneration. Maybe this next year is a way to start looking at how other income can become coming into this council and then not having to worry about this money having to be found again next year. And there was said there as well about bins going missing. And it could be, I would say, a way as well that we get to the budget next year and we need to start having an increase. And maybe coalition members suddenly have all these bins in their garden, just so residents can start getting some money into the council.
Councillor Bowen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, actually, Councillor Knight, totally agree with you. And although we can't debate that tonight, maybe worth bringing that back next year, because we're looking to investigate this year, and there's no reason why we can't put a motion next year for exactly that purpose. So I think that's a good idea and worth hopefully that might help you think in terms of where you may go with this. Councillor Saunders, actually, great response. Credit where credit is due, far better than some of the responses on the previous debate, and I thank you for that when you spoke earlier. We are looking to, as it was said earlier, kicking the bin down the road on this, and it has already been said. That's not the problem. We're not doing very much to actually address the issue of the houses, and I know this on my ward, you've probably got more than your ward, of those houses which have 2 blue bins, 3 green bins, whatever. Now, I thought it should be 1 blue, 1 green for a house. And if you pay for it, 1 brown. Yeah, anyway. So that's where we need to be looking at. Where are all these bins? Because we should know. And if they're not, and if there are excessive bins out there, we should be getting them back. At the scrutiny committee, there was a good debate on this, and yeah, it went to a tied vote, and Cabinet didn't work with it. But there were comments made. The police brigade were on the path about where bins should be kept. Not all houses are able to put their bins in their back gardens. I can't, because I have to walk through my next door neighbour's garden to do so. So I have to leave the bin on my front garden, not in the street. I get that, and bins shouldn't be left in the street. But you can't then say to people who've put their bins out and suddenly it's gone missing, that through no fault of their own, they then have to pay £30 for a replacement bin, which they don't even own still, because the council owns the bin. So here's 30 quid, I've got nothing. I borrow a bin, but I'll give you 30 quid. If the council owns the bin, the council should be responsible for it and not charging people 30 quid for absolutely nothing. I'll be supporting this motion because I think it's unfair, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Whiting, please.
It will be very brief because I agree entirely with my colleagues' view on this, and I do support Councillor Knight that this is not the way forward this year, particularly, and I think it would be good to bring it back as a debating issue as we approach next year's budget. And I do think it's a good use of £85,000 of our reserves to fill this particular budget hole. I was intrigued by what the leader said earlier, which is why I wanted a point of clarification. He was basically saying then we need this £250,000 in the bank so we can fight a better election campaign. And he would urge no, that's what you said. And he urged coalition members to vote for the motion so that there was more money in the bank next year as we approach an election year. I'm just quoting everything he said. I hope he doesn't have the same view about this particular item, because I think this is a much more serious one for the reasons that other members have said. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was intrigued by what Councillor Hunt said, and he's quite correct. I've had the same experience with residents contacting me where the dust cart has eaten up their bin. Sometimes Biffa has let the officers know, and on occasions they haven't. But when the officer investigates it, there is evidence from the vehicle CCTV that they can rely on, and I've been assured that going forward that will be used. So where I sympathise with your argument, there are ways of checking, and I think, you know, I had a resident contact me saying that her bin had been stolen. How does she go about getting a new one? And I said, well, you have to raise it with the council. Later that night, she phoned me back and said, you know something, it blew away in the wind. but someone brought it back to me because I'd had my address on it. I had my number and the road I was in, and it was returned. So maybe that's what we should be encouraging people to do, and maybe not so many bins would be taken and stolen or would be returned or whatever. So I do sympathise with people, but I do support the Cabinet member in his drive and these arguments for moving this forward. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to come in on this, but I really feel I must, because if you look at what was said at scrutiny and you look at what has been said tonight, the Cabinet member has put forward a very strong argument. This is clearly a big problem. People may argue that it's not 85,000 or it's not 3,000 bins or whatever, but it is clearly a significant problem. The Cabinet member has put forward a proposal to reduce our costs and at least prevent a fair part of this problem. And he's absolutely right. It would be insane to do nothing this year and then introduce this scheme along with a new contract next year. It is clearly far better to introduce the scheme this year. The Cabinet member, and I know he won't be the Cabinet member from May, but I hope we'll be looking after this area of our business, has already said that it would be introduced carefully and with thought and sensitively. And if that's done, and I accept it will be, then we will have a working scheme when the new contract starts. And we can put terms into the contract that make sure that the contractor doesn't chew up bins all the way down the street in Councillor Hunt's ward or anyone else's. And that is the logical way to make it work. And it allows the point that Councillor Knight raised to be considered in looking at it on the first year, because I'm sure initial problems will be picked up. The obvious people that are playing the system will get hammered for it, and the people who are genuinely losing a bin or having a bin stolen will be dealt with sympathetically. I personally rescued 3 bins just last week, my own and my 2 neighbours, that were blown away in the storm. But, you know, we found them and we put them back where they needed to be. So I really think we should turn down this amendment. We should go for the proposal that
3 minutes
as thoughtfully made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Valentine, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to mention a few points. So, some have already sort of emerged. First of all, there is CCTV on the back of all our bin lorries now. So if a bin goes missing, all the officer needs to do is ask the contractor to investigate. It's the contractor who will look at the CCTV and confirm whether the bin has been eaten by the lorry or not. So it doesn't involve a lot of work on officers' times. I think some of the estimates of the number of bins going missing are a bit excessive. From what I remember of the budget, the item in the budget is the cost of new bins, and I presume that includes replacement bins as well as bins that are provided to developers for new properties. And also the estimate that's being made that assuming a bin costs £30, the fee is a contribution towards the bin. I believe the cost of a bin is more like double that figure. And so we need to halve the numbers that have been mentioned in this debate straight away. Those figures also include brown bins, which are paid for by the residents on the collection fee for garden waste. Some houses, of course, have more than one brown bin, and they pay for more than one brown bin. And also next year, we're saying, well, let's keep a deficit, pay for it out of reserves, and look at this issue next year. But next year, we'll be having the new contract coming in. We're all aware that the cost of that contract is going to be more than the current contract, not least because it's very clear from residents that the current contract, especially on street cleaning, is inadequate, and we want to make better provision next year. And also because the state of the market from the operators in this area, it's very clear the costs will go up substantially. So we do need to fill this gap in the budget. We need to fill it now. The £30 proposed is very much in line with other councils. I think the charges in Kent range from £25 to £50. So we're going in at the bottom of the table there. And I think it's a perfectly reasonable charge to introduce, and it will help encourage people to mark their bins and keep an eye on them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Baldock, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but some points have come up, but I really felt I wanted to clarify, because when I first looked at this, I was concerned about being, stolen bins. I was uncertain that that was a fair way forward. We have these debates at Cabinet. Sorry,
carry on.
You all get interrupted.
We have these conversations at Cabinet, and sadly, Mr. Councillor Saunders ran out of his 3 minutes, but I was hoping he was going to tell us, share with the council the reassurances he gave about stolen bins, and that that was something we were looking into, and our officers also. So I think that kind of addressed my concerns. And Councillor Valentine has nicked my point, pointing out that other councils do this. It seems to work for them. Other councils, most of which are from the cool Conservatives, as we've now seen them tonight, finding magic money trees and raiding reserves, which, funnily enough, a couple of weeks ago they told us they couldn't do on Kent County Council. And I see the seconders of both of tonight's motions want to raid the reserves, and yet at Kent County Council we were told how irresponsible that would be. We were told that that wasn't good budget making, and not a peep from our Conservative representatives on KCC. Yet they come here tonight and say, Swale, raid your reserves. And yet every other year I've sat in this chamber listening to a Conservative budget, and we've put forward motions that touched the reserves. We were told how irresponsible we were, how we were gesture politics, and how we didn't really understand finance. Well, we found out how to do it, and we've forgotten. Thank you.
Councillor Neil.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make the comment that if we are relying on the bin lorries to give evidence of whether the bin's been stolen or taken by the bin lorry itself, surely does that not mean that the bin firm themselves incur the cost if their bin lorries chewed it up? In which case, I don't think that's particularly satisfactory if we're relying on them to be an impartial investigator. Yeah. That doesn't seem to be, there's a conflict of interest there. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Members, if there's no more questions, Councillor Beard, a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to correct the record for something that Councillor Palmer said and Councillor Baldock said. At the KCC budget meeting, 2 amendments from the opposition were accepted and funded out of reserves. But anyway, there was a good debate at scrutiny, and I recall it because I listened to it again this afternoon and it was heavily redacted. There was excellent contributions, many of them from members opposite, and some of them have spoken again this evening. And there were flaws and faults point out with this charge. And I think even members on the scrutiny who didn't vote for the amendment did come up with reasons why this should be looked at in further detail. Many of the questions were met with unknowns and uncertainties, and lots of talk about work still needs to be done. Now, that isn't a criticism of the officers or the administration, but there are outstanding questions. Now, the Cabinet member talked of diminishing reserves that will soon be gone. And on the last motion, we heard the whip in force about if you're on the coalition, you must vote for this because we've got an election next year. Well, just to remind you of last election, when we were sitting on a huge level of reserves that were more than double what we realistically needed to have set aside. This is local people's money, and it's only right that we use it to improve services around the borough. And for Councillor Gibson's benefit, that wasn't Councillor Whiting. This is the financial management of this administration, and the fact that we are talking about an £85,000 difference, it's not going to make a huge hole in your budget to allow officers to go away and do the proper work on this and come back next year.
Point of clarification, please, Mr. Mayor. If Councillor Beard had actually followed what was happening at the budget in KCC, he would have known that they accepted the amendments with the reservation they would find another way of paying for it without trading the reserves.
Thank you. And yes,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
Point of order, if I may quickly. If I may, Mr. Mayor, I don't delay things. It's point of order, but I wasn't allowed to stand and speak for a second time to ask for a point of clarification. And Councillor Baldock has been. But anyway, that's by the by.
Well, it is the Mayor's discussion, but Councillor Baldock was making a point of personal explanation, but you wanted to ask somebody else to make a point of personal explanation.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Councillor Truelove, as the proposer of the original motion, whether he wishes to exercise his right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I've been quoted by Councillor Horton this evening. I've been misquoted by Councillor Whiting, and I've been quoted by Councillor Beard too, I believe. I don't need to say the same things as I said about the previous motion. This will have a serious economic financial impact on us, and I'm not going to back away from saying that I fear that if we pass this, we're going to have a very, very difficult budget round next year and the year after and the year after. And the financial impact is 200,000. It's not 85, because the 85 is the gap between the cost, which is 200,000 plus, and the reserve that we have, the bin reserve of 120,000. That will be exhausted. So therefore, we will be having to find 200,000 a year. Now, you know, Councillor Horton says it's about choices. Is this what you want to spend the council taxpayers' money at 200,000 a year replacing bins when every other authority in Kent runs the same sort of scheme? We're only asking people to pay 30 out of the 60. Canterbury is 50 plus, Dover's 50 plus, Folkestone Hive 50 plus as well. So the general rule is this is what councils do, and we a not very well funded council would be deciding that with our limited funds we want to spend them on replacing bins at the rate of 200,000 a year. It's not sensible, it's not good finance, and I do advise you not to support this. Having said that, I am really confident that we would, if we introduce this each year, we'll do it with sensitivity. Certainly if Councillor Saunders is responsible for this area of our policy, it will be done with sensitivity. I think we will be aware of situations where people are not culpable in any sense whatsoever, and we would not make them culpable. But I'll return to the point. Do you want to spend £200,000 of our taxpayers' money? Remember, it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. Do you want to spend that at the rate of 200,000 a year when we've got very limited resources, when the government do not fund us properly on replacing bins for people, some of whom have been unfortunate, some of whom have simply lost them, some of whom are accumulating them from other people. So I do advise, don't support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Truelove. There will be a recorded vote on the amendment, and I will ask each member in physical attendance to state their vote. Councillor Baldock.
Against.
Councillor Beart.
For.
Councillor Bonney.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Davey.
Against.
Councillor Dendor.
For.
Councillor Eakin.
For.
Councillor Fowle. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Gibson.
Against.
Councillor Gould.
Against.
Councillor Anne Hampshire.
For.
Councillor Nicholas Hampshire.
For.
Councillor Harrison. Councillor Horton. Councillor Hunt. I will take your first answer.
Can I, Mr. Mayor, can I propose a vote of no confidence?
Absolutely.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I was taking my lead from Councillor Gibson.
That's funny because I put you down as 4 anyway. Jumping the gun there slightly. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Knights.
For.
Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Marchington.
For.
Councillor Martin.
Against.
Councillor McCall.
Against.
Councillor Neal.
For.
Councillor Nisanga.
Against.
Councillor Palmer.
Against.
Councillor Perkin. Councillor Rolls.
Against.
Councillor Saunders.
Against.
Councillor Simmons.
For.
Myself against. Councillor Sarah Stephen. Councillor Tatton. Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Truelove.
Against.
Councillor Valentine.
Against.
Councillor Whelan.
Against.
Councillor Whiting.
For.
Councillor Winkles.
Against.
Councillor Woodford.
Against.
Yes.
Members, the amendment has fallen and the scores were 26 against and 15 for. Thank you. I think we need to carry on with this one here. We will now continue to debate the substantive motion, and I invite Councillor Horton to speak. So that's what it says here.
Yeah, I'll sum it up against. But what I do want to say is that this is the administration's budget. You have the right to create a budget. We have scrutinised it in detail as a council. Fees and charges. Right. Okay. These are the administration's fees and charges. You have had a good debate, both at scrutiny and here tonight. We respect your choices and accept this, and I will vote for these fees and charges. Thank you.
Right. I'd like to open up this debate for members. Yeah, Councillor Harrison, as a seconder, you have the right to speak now.
Okay, two things I think, because I've already done the P&R, whatever that was. The Regeneration and Property Committee can take something in at its meeting about revitalising an evolving town centre. Okay, that'd be on the agenda. And then the Environment Committee, when it meets, can look at things like bin charges, street cleansing, and how the new contract's going to operate. So we've got the first session's work for most of them, but that is what these things are for. You know, this is the cabinet system. Going forward, it'll be everyone sitting there and agreeing it. It won't be a cabinet saying this is what we think you should do, and everyone, you know, people have to follow or not. It will be much more inclusive. So I hope you've made a note of those items for the agendas for the committees that haven't actually been set up yet. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. We will now move to the vote. And again, this will be a recorded vote. And I will start off with Councillor Baldock. For. Councillor Beart.
Against.
Councillor Bonney.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
Abstain.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Davey.
For.
Councillor Dendor.
Against.
Councillor Eakin.
Against.
Councillor Fowl. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Gibson.
For on this occasion.
Councillor Gould.
For.
Councillor Anne Hampshire.
Against.
Councillor Nicholas Hampshire.
Against.
Councillor Harrison. Councillor Horton. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Knights.
For.
Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Marchington.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor McCall.
For.
Councillor Neal.
Against.
Councillor Nisanga.
Against.
Councillor Palmer.
For.
Councillor Perkin.
For.
Councillor Rolls.
For.
Councillor Saunders.
For.
Councillor Simmons.
Against.
Myself, for. Councillor Sarah Stephen. Councillor Tatton.
For.
Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Trulov.
For.
Councillor Valentine.
For.
Councillor Whelan.
For.
Councillor Whiting.
Against.
Councillor Winkless.
For.
Councillor Woodford.
For.
Three. I've got six. Where did I get six from? Yes. Hunt. Donald Marchington, also, sorry, they are, yes, right. So it's, you got, oh. Yeah, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 exemptions, right. 16. That's 4, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, let's go to this in here. That's it. Yeah, yeah. So this motion is carried, is it, on this one? Thank you, members. After much adding up, the motion is carried. It was 25 for, 12 against, and 4 abstain. Thank you. I've got mine on. Yeah, members, please remember to turn your mics off because those at home are unable to hear. I'll be switching mine off now. It's back on. Okay. It's worth a try. Agenda item 12, budget and council tax 2022 to 23. I'd like to invite the leader to introduce the report and propose the recommendations. You may.
Certainty and stability for the year ahead. Was the mic not on? No. Do you want me to start again? Well, all of you have heard that introduction anyway. So let us start with recommendation 1, that members note the Director of Resources' opinion on the robustness of the budget estimates and the adequacy of reserves. In so doing, it is appropriate to express my thanks and the thanks of the whole Cabinet to the Director of Resources, who only joined us halfway through the year and who has since addressed both the strategic issues and the detail of the revenue and capital budget with great professionalism and authenticity. Of course, there was a significant gap between her arrival and the departure of her predecessor, and I have to record our debt to the head of Finance and Procurement for his excellent support and, as ever, his command of detail. Further, I would like to thank all members of the finance team and senior officers of the council who have worked very hard to produce a stable budget. I was very pleased at the scrutiny meeting that the chair had the good grace to thank officers. I couldn't expect him to thank the portfolio holder for the greater clarity now in the presentation of financial reports. I will remember when in opposition trying to scrutinise the budget, getting lost down blind alleys, usually transported there by contradictory road signs. In Appendix 1 and 2 to this report, you have the considerable detail on how council tax totals have been computed, with our own requirement listed alongside precepts from parish and town councils, fire, police and county council. Our requirement is, of course, subject to agreement this evening, but I intend that the Swale precept for Band D properties be £189.27, a rise of £4.95 a year, a 2.7% rise, and a weekly rise of 9.5 pence. This is a small amount, but we cannot ignore the fact that along with the other emerging pressures on households, the overall council tax increase for Band D properties with average parish precepts is over £60. Our increase of £4.95 was written into the medium plan agreed by council in 2019, and I've always said we would honour that. I referred to household spending, and I think we need to have in mind the impact on our residents of the wider economy and on councils of the challenges facing public financing. Swale doesn't act alone. The government is facing real difficulties. Inflation is high and rising. There's a particular problem with energy and fuel costs, but there's also pressure on demand. There is also pressure as demand outstrips supply, as supply lines become disrupted. It is hard not to conclude that the current inflationary trend will be exacerbated by cost push from wage demands to keep up. At the same time, government is facing counter pressures from the need to retrench after the unprecedented borrowing during the pandemic and the high expectations of improved health and social care financing, and the need to back aspirations about levelling up with real resources. So it's unlikely that local tier councils are going to receive generous funding in the period ahead, and we will ourselves have to face up to inflationary pressures. You will be pleased to note in paragraph 3.3 on page 56, we have made provision for inflationary costs on our contracts, and we will review the impact of inflationary pressures through our monitoring process. And those inflationary pressures are real. It does say something about the previous debate that we had. The overwhelming picture for local government at this point is of councils taking difficult decisions about spending and resorting to reserves to avoid too draconian an impact on services. It is clear that government anticipates the use of reserves. At scrutiny, I outlined the picture across Kent, where most authorities are in a comparable position to Swale. I hear of a council not far away requiring to find 5 million from reserves, embracing service savings for next year of nearly 7 million and making significant increases in car park charges above the kind that we're introducing in Swale. The basic reality is that over a period of time, the income of councils has remained too static, due principally to real term reductions in the value of government financial settlements. The settlement totals to Swale Borough Council since 2017 have scarcely changed. Indeed, if the government does as it says and removes the lower tier and service grants included this year, the settlement for 23-24 at 10.24 million will be lower than that of 17-18, which was 10.49 million. Council income has become seriously dependent on business rate income, which of course can be variable. If we exclude the business rates, Swale's support from central government since 2017 shows a steady decline from 3.9 million in 2017 to 2 million for 22-23 and 1.1 million in the following year. Towards the latter half of the last decade, councils were pressed to compensate for the lack of central funding by supplementing the income through property investments, and a number tried to do that at what might be termed heroic levels and suffered accordingly. Swale invested in Sittingbourne Town Centre. Now the government warns councils not to invest in this way unless it is for regenerative purposes, which the Sittingbourne Town Centre happily is. Added to that, councils are facing additional financial restraints due to COVID. I've always been very open in saying the government helped us through the height of the pandemic. But the member who claimed that we still receive COVID financial support was quite wrong. We do not, but the costs continue in increased expenditure and in reduced income. Members will be familiar with our broad strategy over the last 3 years. One, to manage the continuing challenges to the revenue budget, but secondly, where possible, to benefit our communities with one-off projects. I will deal with these separately, but also address the possible argument that the latter may not have been prudent, given the former challenges. The headline reality about our revenue budget and medium-term financial plan is that we have to balance the budget by law, and we will be using 1.65 million from our budget contingency reserve fund to achieve this balance. We make it clear that to do this every financial year is not our aim, but to have achieved savings from services over and above those already made would have been irresponsible. In due course, councils such as ours will need greater clarity from government about funding and what level of services we are expected to deliver. It is no good every year receiving last-minute settlements with forbidding warnings about 1 year only attached to them. We have established the budget contingency reserve for this year, and this does not require us to go to the general fund, which remains at a sustainable level. As I've said, we are not alone, but is there any credence to the view that we've indulged in a lack of prudence over the last 2 years on our revenue budget? I would say no. We are not a well-funded council when it comes to providing our core services, but for the sake of perspective, we could go back to the budget making of 2019. It's quite interesting. The report to Cabinet in February 2019 referred to the need to use reserves to, quote, help smooth the 2018, 2019 and 2019-2020 years. Including costs of pensions and minimum revenue provision, just over 900,000 was transferred from reserves to revenue in that budget. Given that pension and interest costs will have gone up, that we are absorbing an estimated loss of 300,000 on car parks, I doubt whether there is so much difference between 2019, before the coalition, and 2022, other than the impact of underfunding has marginally increased. The saving requirement of 1.65 million is shown in Appendix 3, where members can see where major increases in net expenditure impact on the budget. Noticeable is the net expenditure on environment and leisure, where an increase of 387,000 is largely due to a loss of car park income of 300,000, a COVID cost that is not refundable to the council. There's also an increase of 533,000 in corporate and finance due to pension and minimum revenue provision costs that were previously covered by reserves, but not listed in the revenue budget. These extra costs have been covered by an extensive effort to produce savings as listed in Appendix 3. As I indicated, these savings were as far as I was prepared to go for the financial year 22-23, knowing that for this year we could achieve a balance through a prepared funding. As Appendix 3 shows, savings involve both staff salary savings and increases in charges, and the degree to which these are introduced must be done in a measured way. Members will note, I think with approval, that notwithstanding, the budget assumes a 2% rise in staff pay. Now, Churchill used to have whiskey, I said yesterday. I'm not comparing myself with Churchill. I mean, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate people who do that sort of thing. Now, well, that broke things up a bit, didn't it? Now, I would like to address the second arm of our approach, the one-off spending to make improvements in Swale and to help with the recovery after the worst of the pandemic, we hope. In the last 3 years, we've allocated just under 3.2 million to a special projects fund. We've allocated 1 million of business rate reserve to an improvements and resilience fund. And we've allocated a capital receipt to the Isle of Sheppey, 250,000 for the Sheppey Improvement Fund, and the balance to the improvements to Masters House. A further 850,000 has been reserved for high street improvements, which have commenced in Sheerness, Faversham and Sittingbourne. The benefits to the community are copious and not necessary for me to itemise now, but they stretch over small capital projects, grants to organisations that back our community and serious environmental initiatives. A flavour of these benefits appears in the capital report for 2021-22, and to anyone who says we should not have given the local community these benefits, I would say, let me know which ones you oppose, and I'll let the local people who welcome them know where you stand. But what of the question, could we really afford to be so beneficent when the revenue budget is tight? My initial answer is that to quote a member who keeps repeating the line that it's not our money. It's the council taxpayers' money. Well, indeed it is. And that is why this administration has sought to give the public benefits to their community rather than squirreling it away for no apparent purpose. Because the truth is, in the past, this council put savings aside to give nothing of any value back to the local community. Money which in part cannot be used to fund the revenue budget. You can't use capital receipts for the revenue budget. You can't use the considerable amount of business growth money for the revenue budget. So spending those monies rather than leaving them dormant was prudent, because they could not have substantiated the revenue budget. And rather than stay dormant and losing value, we've used them to the benefit of the local community. In due course, I will report comprehensively on how these one-off funds have been used. It is not intended to supplement these further in the next year. I will conclude with the capital programme and the reserves. As I indicated earlier, the capital programme for 21-22 underlines the wide range of improvements taking place, funded by a combination of internal and external funds, 106's capital receipts, special projects, high street funding, and improvement and resilience. They will take time and resource to fully deliver. And so for the incoming financial year, the emphasis would be on 2 projects, Swale House and Rainbow Housing. As I said at the beginning of this statement, we are now presenting a statement on reserves that I struggled to receive when in our days of opposition. The safety element of the reserves is the general fund, which this council established long ago should remain stable at around 1.5 million. I've been anxious to preserve its role as an in extremis fund, and so it will not be called upon to meet our budget gap. The falling balance in the general fund this year is principally due to our transferring the 2020-21 underspend from the general fund to a COVID recovery fund of 1.042 million in case of extraordinary pressures in the current year due to COVID. These pressures have not materialised at this level, and I hope to be able to return a substantial amount to the general fund. Members will note that the bulk of our reserves are earmarked, and as they are earmarked, they will over a period of time be used. So the table does include estimates of future use of reserves. Our reserves have grown in recent years because of the wide range of pooled business rates reserves allocated to us for growth projects. It is appropriate that we use them for growth projects. They cannot be used for anything else. Mr. Mayor, these are challenging times for the whole public sector and for the wider economy. I fear that many people are going to find their household incomes will not meet their household needs. Our household budget as a council is also sorely stretched with years of tight budgeting and limits to central government support being severely exacerbated by a totally unexpected health crisis. We are able to manage, at least for the time being, but as I've said, we and our friends in local government need much greater clarity about future funding and expectations of services to be delivered. As I've also emphasised, I'm pleased that during this difficult time, this council has been able, through the good fortune of the pool business growth funding, to give back to the people of Swale a wide range of community benefits. So, Mr. Mayor, I wish to propose the 4 recommendations listed at the beginning of this report on page 39, and I believe Councillor Harrison again is going to second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. And Councillor Harrison to second and ask whether she wishes to speak as seconder or reserve her rights.
Yeah, reserve right. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, but I do second.
Thank you. And I'd like to invite Councillor Horton to speak, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Leader, for your budget speech and the contents therein. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and recognise Mrs. Fillery for the job that she has done as the Director of Resources since she's joined the organisation. Budget cannot be easy for the Section 151 officer when you've got a whole year to do it. But to catch up halfway through, I think you have done a remarkably good job, and I commend you and your efforts to this council. I'd also like to recognise Mr. Wilson for the role that he played in the interregnum between our finance directors of resources, and the Leader has already made mention of your attention to detail. We are grateful, and if you could both take back to your department thanks for the work that they have done, I think that would be really helpful. Thank you. You made mention, Leader, that scrutiny hadn't recognised the portfolio holder, and I intend to do that now. And in fact, I did it during a Cabinet Advisory Committee where I pointed out that and thanked you for presenting us with probably the best explanation we've ever had about reserves, where they come from, where they go and what they mean. And I think that has been very, very helpful for those of us who have been on the Cabinet Advisory Committee. And we have a much better understanding now of reserves. And I think that is very, very useful as we move into committee structure, where one of the committees is going to be working quite hard, I think, to meet a number of challenges that you have outlined today. I've said earlier that budgets are about choices. You are the administration and we respect your choices. I don't agree with your choices, but I respect your choice and I respect your right to make the choice. The vast majority of the budget, it's interesting, we've had a good debate today, and I am grateful that you've listened and I am grateful that you have participated in the debate, but we were talking about £300,000. The vast majority of the budget is pretty well sewn up tight because we have to do certain things, and we do not actually have a lot of discretion in the budget, and where we do, that's where we differ. But I respect your choice. I don't agree with your choice. If your intention is to take the recommendations en bloc, then I will not want to agree with your budget, although I do, of course, note the members, note the Director of Resources' opinion on the robustness of the budget, and I am grateful for that, and I'm happy that that's happened. I struggle with some of the content of your budget, and I will not be supporting it later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. And I'd like now to open this debate up to members. Or not. Yes, well, if there's no questions, then I'd like to ask Councillor Harrison for her summing up.
There's nothing much to say, Mr. Mayor, 923, apart from this will be going to P&R, Policy and Resources Committee next year, so thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison, and
I'm showing people, Mr. Mayor, how much difference a committee system will have in terms of the overall impact on all these different things. Lots more people will have a say in putting together the proposals and agreements. Thanks.
thank you again. Councillor Truelove, would you, as proposer for the motion, do you wish to sum up?
I don't really have any summing up to do. I'm grateful to Councillor Horton for his name check for me. I mean, I don't look out for praise, but it is appreciated. So apart from that egocentric bit, I'm quite happy with it.
Thank you. Now we'll go to a recorded vote, and I will ask members in attendance to state their vote. Unblock. 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 Nice. Right. We will start now. Councillor Baldock for. Councillor Beard.
Against.
Councillor Bonney.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Davey.
For.
Councillor Dendor.
Against.
Councillor Eakin.
Against.
Councillor Fowl. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Gibson.
On this occasion, for.
Councillor Gould.
For.
Councillor Hook. No, he's not here. Councillor Anne Hampshire.
Against.
Councillor Nicholas Hampshire.
Against.
Councillor Harrison. Councillor Horton. Councillor Hunt.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Knights.
For.
Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Marchington.
Against.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor McCall.
For.
Councillor Neal.
Against.
Councillor Nisanga.
For.
Councillor Palmer.
For.
Councillor Perkin. She's gone. Right. Councillor Rolls.
For.
Councillor Saunders.
For.
Councillor Simmons.
Against.
Myself, for. Councillor Sarah Stephen. Councillor Tatton.
For.
Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Truelove. Councillor Valentine.
For.
Councillor Whelan.
For.
Councillor Whiting.
Against.
Councillor Winklis.
For.
Councillor Woodford.
For.
Yeah, can do a break now. That's it. Yeah. Members, please. That motion has been carried. 26 for and 14 against. We'll now be taking an adjournment for 10 minutes. So I'll see you back here at 22. Please do not be late. We've got a lot more to go through. Yeah, we did say 22, so we're a bit late, but yeah, he's back. Yeah, Mike Baldock. Our deputy leader is Mr. Members, there are a couple missing, but oh, here he is, or one at least. Is he gone? Yeah, okay. We will continue now with agenda item 14, which is Treasury Management Strategy. And I would like to invite the leader to introduce and report, please, and recommendations.
Well, members, I've written out a report of about 20 pages here, but what I propose is just to propose the recommendations without making any introductory comments. So, Treasury Management. So, I'd like to propose what it says on page 167, and I think Councillor Clark will probably second.
Councillor Clark, do you second that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that and reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Horton, please speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little disappointed that the Chair of Audit has reserved his right, because if this goes the way I hope it will, there won't be any need for him to speak. I fully endorse this. It's been through every committee, and I think we should vote this through and carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. And I invite members to speak on this one. Thank you very much, members. And so we're going to just go straight to the vote on this one. Sorry, we have there's as you reserved your right, so you can now speak, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing further to add.
I am so pleased. Leader. Yeah.
Nothing to say.
Neither have I. So we're going to go straight to the vote, and this is just a show of hands. Please raise your hands if you agree. Thank you. Anybody disagree? Any abstentions? Right, motion carried. Thank you. We move straight on to agenda item 15, pay and policy report, and I invite the leader to speak and propose the recommendations.
Okay, members, I wouldn't suggest this is not a very important matter, but you've got a very clear report. It indicates the slight variations from the previous year. It's a very professional report. So once again, I'd like to propose that we note it.
Yeah. And I invite Councillor Palmer to second the recommendations.
I'll second and reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I invite Councillor Horton to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is a piece of process that the law requires that we conduct here at full council. I think it is an opportunity for us to just recognise the work of Mrs. Sander, the head of HR Shared Services, and her team. This report is not substantially changed from last year, but fortunately there is a very useful little part marked up at 3.3 where you can identify the changes. They are administrative changes. I commend this report and anticipate that we will pass it straight through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. And I now open the debate to members. And Councillor Whiting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be voting in favour of this report. I think it's a good report and echo Councillor Horton's comments. I just had one question on page 216, the very last page of the report, where we've got salary brackets indicated within the organisational chart, and then we've got salary ceilings. Now, most of those salary ceilings sit within the range of salary bracket. 216, leader. Yeah. Most of the salary ceilings fall within the salary brackets, but there are some that fall without, and I wasn't sure what logic was being applied to those numbers. Thank you.
If I could respond to that, I'll get you a proper answer to that. I don't know off the top of my head. Okay.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes, I only wanted to make one point. I'm happy with the report, very happy to support it. But in terms of actual salaries, I just think we should recognise that we are going to move into a pretty difficult period. We're talking in actual terms about a 2% salary rise for staff this year. We have inflation clearly heading towards 7 or 8%, and it's not going to be easy in the future year or two. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yeah. If there's no more questions, then Councillor Palmer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think everything's been said, and I think we just move to the vote as quickly as we can, please.
Okay, we'll go straight to the vote. And again, it will be a show of hands. Please raise your hands if you agree. Sorry about vote this time. Yeah. Okay. Anyone disagree? Any abstentions? The motion carried then. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest we suspend standing orders, as otherwise it might happen in the middle of a leader's speech?
Yes, we will suspend standing orders until 10:30. Thank you. Oh, does two members agree? Sorry, yeah. Well, I don't care. Thank you, Council.
Does not standing orders say that you can suspend standing orders prior to the 10 o'clock cut-off if you think the business of the meeting will be concluded within 30 minutes?
That is my wish and my hope, yes.
Oh, just checking. I'm
Yeah.
happy. I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy with that.
So I have someone else that checks on me as well, you know. Back to business. Leader statement. I will ask the leader to read a statement, and then I will ask the leader of the opposition to respond the usual way. Following that, I will invite other members to respond to the leader statement. Members invited to speak will have 3 minutes. This item has an overall time limit of 30 minutes. To ensure broad fairness, I will try to invite responses from members of administration and opposition in roughly equal numbers. This may mean that I deviate from the order in which members have indicated a wish to speak. Can I please remind all members that responses must be responses to the issues raised in the leader statement. And I would like to invite Councillor Truelove to give a verbal statement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Swellborough Council does not act alone. We are part of a wide network of governing bodies, and the basic principle behind our engagement with others is to pursue the best interests of our communities, whatever the politics of those we work with. For example, Kent leaders at county, unitary and district level meet on a regular basis with productive outcomes, especially during the height of the pandemic. Leaders of the North Kent councils also meet regularly, that is Dartford, Gravesham, Medway, Maidstone and ourselves, where the focus of our discussions over the last year have been very much about the quality of primary healthcare services and of the skills gap across North Kent. We also continue to work with Maidstone and Tunbridge Wells through our joint Mid-Kent services. Over the last 2 difficult years, it's been helpful to have the support of the District Councils network, which has been very effective in getting government to understand the financial difficulties of district councils. It was significant that whilst the first tranche of COVID support went principally to upper tier councils, the balance was addressed in subsequent funding. We're also members of the South East Councils Network. We meet with Thames Estuary Economic Partnership, Medway NHS Trust, where they came to change their chief executive as often as Watford changed their manager. And I've monthly meetings with the MP for Sittingbourne and Sheppey. Inevitably, our relationship with Kent County Council and central government can be positive and negative. We have very productive discussions with Kent County Council and the local MP about the provision of secondary education in Swale. The concerns being about places, but also about outcomes for young people. I am disappointed by the decision of KCC to cut the funding of homelessness support, but this and another KCC budget provision are the subject of members' questions, so I won't say any more. But like all of local government, KCC has difficult decisions to make, and I understand that. What about the impact of central government on Swale? There are positives. We can all see the progress being made at Junction 5. This is of major importance to those who have to get to work from the north of the borough via the A249. I also welcome the interest shown in our approach to tackling homelessness and rough sleeping. We have recently had a review of our service by the government. The report highlighted the good work being done and commended the strong leadership at all levels of management within the housing team, with the cabinet member and the deputy cabinet member fully engaged and having a good understanding of services and the challenges. That's all a quotation. The report referred to a clear structure of positive and informed staff. I'd like us to acknowledge the progress made by our excellent staff and the leadership provided by the portfolio holders. We also hope that the government supports our bid for levelling up on Sheppey. Public support is vital, including that of our MP, which we have. Online consultation has been live since February the 4th and is continuing for 2 more days. We are pleased that 312 people have taken the time to respond. That is a very high response. To date, over 3/4 of respondents support every aspect of the proposal. We're pleased that 85% support our proposals for wider placemaking and connectivity, 79% for expansion of Sheppey College, 75% for further investment in Masters House, and 75% for the Beach Fields Leisure and Health Regeneration Scheme. Ideas coming back from the consultation, which we are particularly keen to explore, include soft play inside the leisure centre, but boosting the emphasis on our area's history, heritage and natural environment, and a focus on arts and culture at the Masters House studio. But there are other concerns around government. The government, and in particular Mr. Gove, has recently published a white paper that includes a number of positive missions, including improvements to Pride in Place, a priority for this council. But it is mission 12 that should exercise our thinking. In delivering levelling up infrastructure and funding in general, local government is offered 3 alternative county deals. 1 with a county mayor elected, 2, a county structure led by the county council with districts relegated to a consultee status, and 3, where county, unitary and district authorities form a confederation to manage investment. The snag with these choices is that whilst the government says top-down reorganisation is not intended, the first option allows for powers across the whole levelling up agenda. The second allows for some, and the third, practically none at all. It's not a very generous offer. We do need to address the implications of this as a council, and we will hold an initial member briefing before the next full council meeting on March the 30th. Another disappointment I have with central government is the increasing tendency to make sudden demands on district councils without sufficient warning, with inadequate briefing as to what is required, and with an apparent unawareness that we have our own work to do. The latest example is the instruction to make the one-off £150 energy payments to local residents. This was announced without details, without consultation. It started by being a council tax rebate and morphed into a household payment. Of the 55,000 prospective recipients, we have no bank details for about 20,000, while some council taxpayers are not the energy bill payers. It will put enormous pressure on our staff and our payment system. We will, of course, do our very best, though we know these payments will not meet the need of so many with these energy bills. And finally, the government continues to expect us to achieve housing allocation targets, which we all know are unrealistic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Truelove. And I'd like to invite Councillor Horton to respond to the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Leader, and hopefully you'll allow me a little flexibility. I am grateful to the Leader for sharing his thoughts on levelling up and for giving me notice that he intended to do so in order that I can share mine. But first, I want to take 2 seconds to talk about Ukraine. We are debating tonight things we consider important, how we make decisions in the future, what to spend and where, our financial strategy, a report on delivery of our green agenda, and so on. We do this whilst the European sovereign state is teetering on the brink of war with a neighbouring aggressor and members of our community with connections to Ukraine will be very worried about these developments. I deplore the actions of the President of Russia in moving forces into a neighbouring sovereign state and using the lie that the West and NATO in particular, which is a defensive alliance, pose a threat to Russian security as his justification. And I am deeply disappointed that we have politicians within our parliament that support the Russian view. I am clear Russia is the aggressor and voice my support for the people of Ukraine and the state. On levelling up, I want to talk about the government's big agenda. Michael Gove said levelling up and his white paper is about ending the historic injustice and calling time on the postcode lottery. This will not be an easy task and it won't happen overnight. But our 12 new national levelling up missions will drive real change in towns and cities across the UK so that where we live, will no longer determine how far we can go. Those are very, very dramatic aspirations. The one thing I take comfort in is Michael Gove actually, whether you like him or not, has a track record for getting things done. The first 2 aspects of the programme directly affect Swale. Its 12 bold national levelling up missions given status in law, which will shift government focus and resources to Britain's forgotten communities, and we are one of those forgotten communities. And it will be the biggest shift of power from Whitehall to local leaders in modern times. Every part of England will get London-style powers and a mayor if they wish. I recognise the strong local leadership mayors like Andy Street, Ben Hoochan and Andy Burnham have shown, and I can see why the government want to replicate their success across England, but I do not underestimate the size or complexity of that task. In a way, politicians voting for a restructure is somewhat akin to turkeys voting for Christmas. The challenge is just not what is the right structure, but how is it funded? We need to get away from the current fashionable trend of allocating ring-fenced pots of money and then holding a beauty contest, or perhaps in the case of levelling up, an ugliest contest to allocate the funds. The reality is larger, richer authorities with dedicated teams can do the glossy brochures, the slick sales pitches, and most likely win the best essay competition. All this costs time and money and totally misses the point, which is getting a real injection of locally controlled money where the community need it most. The government's proposal make it clear that if you set up the right structure, you will get more resources. The half right structure, then you get less resources. And if you stay as you are, you get the dregs. If that is the game we must play, then I am clear. I joined local politics, and this is my personal statement, after a career in public service to continue to serve the public and to do the best by our community, not to earn an allowance. I am clear, therefore, that if that is how we get resources into our community, it's a price I will pay. In simple terms, the challenge of levelling up is to get decision making close enough to the people to understand their life experiences and journey, yet to do so within a body large enough to have the resources to deal with them. The fiasco of business rates and of local taxes based on the value of your house 30 years ago cannot be right and has to change. I think levelling up is long overdue. The worry is that it becomes a race to mediocrity, a dumbing down to the average. And my worry is that politicians then say things like, I want every child in the UK to be above average, clearly missing the point. In summary, I am optimistic about this paper. I have confidence in Michael Gove, and above all, I want to see not levelling up, but lifting up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. And I'd now like to invite Councillor Darby to give a response to the statement. Thank you. Thank you. I invite members to give a response, and you have a time limit of 3 minutes each. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public response to levelling up has been, in general, pretty positive, in my view. So I'd like to ask the leader, are you disappointed at the tone of recent headlines suggesting a lack of support, particularly for investment in Sheerness? Thank you.
Councillor Harrison, please. Oh, come along.
2 points, Mr. Mayor. The first one was on this levelling up, and I do understand what Councillor Horton is saying, but I took the view when I heard it, and I thought, okay, so we've got one person at the moment who looks after the whole of Kent for a specific person elected for a specific reason. That is, of course, the police person. How many people actually take any interest whatsoever? About 17% of Kent take any interest in who's going to be the PCC for Kent, because we don't see ourselves as Kent. We see ourselves as Swale or Rochester or wherever. So I do have a problem with that. My second point was on this £150, because everything that I've read online and in the local paper, the national paper that I read, it read that you're getting 150 quid off your council tax bill. And that was what it was all about. Council tax bills going up, diddle-a-dee. Councillor Truelove seems to be saying that every household in the country is going to get a cheque for 150 quid, which would be an absolute nightmare. So, and then there's no incentive for you to actually pay off the council tax that is supposedly going up all over the country, and that's why you're getting this discount. So I find that really strange, because I can't recall reading anywhere that we're all getting a cheque for 150 quid. Thanks.
Councillor Martin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll start by thanking the leader for his kind words with regard to the DLUC report on housing. I think that the whole team has worked exceptionally hard over the last few years to innovate and to change and to adapt and to, quote the phrase, level up our service. On levelling up, I think there are concerns. I think the concerns are around exactly how much of that ends up in our pockets in the southeast. I think there is a perception within national government that it's about levelling up the north to match the southeast, and there is a forgotten element that actually areas like Swale, like Thanet, do need help. There are areas in the southeast of high levels of deprivation. There are levels of high deprivation within some of our richer towns in Swale. Within Faversham, there are areas that match areas of Sheppey for the level of deprivation, and we mustn't forget that. The leader mentions his weekly meetings with the Member of Parliament for Sittingbourne and Sheppey. I understand that we do not get a weekly meeting from the Member of Parliament for the other half of this district, the Member of Parliament for Faversham and Mid Kent, and I'm sure he'll clarify that that's not as a result of a lack of an invitation, but as a lack of a willingness to accept said invitation. In terms of this energy rebate and £150, quite frankly, it's the biggest swindling con of a system to try and allegedly assist people that's ever been performed. It forms part of a loan and a gamble by the Chancellor. £200 loan to every energy provider with an account now, and then you'll have to pay back £40 every year on your bill going forward. And of course, if you didn't get that £200, you're going to have to pay that £40 back anyway. Just working it out very simply, if we were to be hitting our housing targets for new houses in Swale, the people in Swale would be paying back an extra £120,000 over the top of what the government lends out on that £200 to each current energy providing energy account holder. Then there's the 150 quid that we've got to try and sort out and work out how the heck we're going to do it with no detail in advance, no forewarning, and work out how we're going to get hold of these people who we don't have bank account details for. It's really poorly thought through, and actually simply reducing or maintaining a slightly lower increase in the energy cap would have done all of the work that they wanted to do without that need. Reducing VAT on the energy bills would have done it. Actually, no, that's not what they wanted to do. They wanted to make sure that they got more money down in the long term, but make it look like they're being really generous. Quite frankly, it is, as I say, a con and a gamble on prices reducing when we know, given the situations, it's not likely to occur. As I say, I thank the leader for his statement, but leave it there.
Councillor Davey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the leader for his statement. And I was very glad, as many members will know, I spent a lot of my time in the last, nearly 3 years working with homeless and rough sleepers. And it was very good to hear such a glowing report. And I also thank Councillor Martin and Councillor Whelan for the work they've done. Did the report highlight any areas for improvement that we could possibly make within that group? Thank you, Mr.
Mayor. Councillor Winkles, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What does the leader think the reaction of other councils will be to the county deal conditions in the white paper?
Councillor Hampshire, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I thank the leader for his statement? And I have two questions and themes I'd like to pick up on. One of them is on the M2 Junction 5, which is just outside my ward. It's like on the boundary. And I share what his views, that it's a welcome addition and much long overdue, in my opinion. But surely he'd agree with me that it would have been better to have had a contraflow system put in place, because the upgrade works are causing an absolute misery for the residents along Chestnut Street and Dunaway. And I do hope that when you're having your meetings with the MP for Sittingbourne and Sheppey, that you're pressing him to liaise with National Highways and getting KCC as well to liaise with National Highways to look at how, when they're doing works to the A249 going forward, that a system like that can be put in place to stop Dunaway and Chestnut Street being used as the diversionary route. And then my next was on housing and your mention on the housing targets. Do you think that as part of the levelling up agenda that the government is putting forward, that it was therefore a mistake to stop and cease HS2? Because surely that had the potential to alleviate some of the housing pressures and targets in the southeast and spread it more evenly around the country. and actually that some of the reasons why we're seeing development coming forward in undesirable places, and equally in our much valued green open spaces, is because that there's been unnecessarily delay to the formulation of the local plan, which is of no one's interest.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, then I would like to invite Councillor Truelove to respond to members' comments, please.
Thank you very much. I've got 7 different individuals here. Firstly, Councillor Horton, I agree with what he says about Ukraine. It's coming slightly outside Swellborough Council matters, but I really feel at the time that we face in the world with the issues that we've got, we need leaders of great quality and integrity, and we don't have them. In far too many parts of the world, we have dictators, we have democratically elected people who appeal to populist support, and Putin is not somebody who could be trusted, but he's not the only one, I'm afraid, in the world. Going on to your comments about the white paper, we've had these things before, and you could sort of say, well, we'll wait and see when it really happens. Well, I think you're right. I think Gove is somebody who will make it happen, or is more likely to make it happen than some people who've held that office before. And just also, I think you're absolutely right. We ought to stop this ridiculous beauty contest when everybody's got to spend lots of officers' time producing, you know, their A-level history paper to send it to government and get it marked. And if you're lucky, your community could get the money. It's quite clear around the country which communities need it. The government should pay it out, and they should allow local people to decide the best way. And we could then involve the local community much better than we have to do, because we are trying to fit into a format. So thank you for all your comments. On Councillor Gibson's thing, I won't spend a lot of time on this. I mean, the fact is the press will do what the press will do. And it's fair to say that the headlines are often not written by the person who's got the byline in the article. And in general, I don't really mind what the local press says, but where there's an issue where we need popular support to back up our bid, it's very unfortunate if the local press do actually promote negativity. And it would be really sad, and I don't think this would happen, it would be really sad if we weren't successful because, you know, that negativity that had been promoted by the local press actually seeped into the judgment. So I think that is very unfortunate. Councillor Harrison, as I said in my statement, it was intended that it should be a council tax rebate, but it morphed into being just a payment, and it's not to every household, it's to A to D. And the problem with it is, as I said, that the council taxpayers on a property aren't necessarily the people who are paying the fuel bills in that property. Councillor Martin, well, lots of points there, but just to pick up with you, you're quite right. There is this sort of mindset that levelling up is about shoveling up resources to the north and ignoring the south. And we know, because we live here, that there's plenty of places in the south that deserve levelling up funding, and there's plenty of places in the north that don't. And some of them are actually being favoured in the distribution of levelling up funding. So I agree with you there. And I'll just add, out of fairness, not only do I find it unfortunate the government talks in those terms, I also think it's unfortunate that the opposition spokesman in Parliament also talks in those terms and doesn't seem to think much beyond St Helens and Wigan. And I've told her that. Councillor Davey, I've told her that, she's completely ignored me. Councillor Davey, yes, there were sort of preparing people for tenancy. A lot of people who need help before they become tenants. There's a lot of work needs to be done with people who just fall outside the system. And we also need, and it's not easy, but we
30
don't
seconds
need
remaining.
contact with the private landlords. So what have I got left? County deals. Councillor Winkness, I think they would be in favour of the third option, but they might have to be revert to realpolitik, as Councillor Horton suggested, and Councillor Hampshire, yes and yes.
Thank you very much, Leader. And we'll move on now to the next item, which is questions submitted by the public. There are no questions submitted by the public, so we'll move on to questions submitted by members. And I'll be asking Councillor Whiting, please, to submit his question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you want me to read it, I will. I was grateful for the Cabinet members' previously well publicised opposition to the proposal for an area of opportunity for Tenham. That, if agreed, would likely result in over 1,000 additional homes in Tenham and the creation of a Tenham bypass that would see the road traffic from those additional homes further increase traffic and pollution through the air quality management areas in Ospringe and in Sittingbourne. Given the ecological damage that would result should such a development take place, can I ask the Cabinet member whether he still opposes it? Thank you.
Councillor Valentine, please.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Whiting. The mitigation of climate change, improvement in air quality and restoration of ecology are all major challenges in meeting the government's standard calculation for housing need in the local plan review. The high number of new dwellings required and the fact that the zero carbon home standard, which was due to come into effect in 2016, was abandoned by government, make the challenges all the greater. As councillors are aware, the council acted on the responses received during the original Regulation 19 consultation in spring 2021 and made a decision to conduct a further Regulation 18 consultation at the end of 2021. The results of the consultation are due to be reported to the local plan panel at its meeting on the 24th of March. The council will then progress towards a further Regulation 19 consultation, which will consider the appropriateness of meeting government's current standard calculation for housing need and which site should come forward to meet the evidence which is being drawn together. Whilst I hold reservations about some of the sites being promoted, it will be necessary for all councillors to review the evidence being presented as the council moves forward on whichever sites are selected. On identifying new sites for development. I would expect some issues surrounding transport, air quality and ecology to be important influences on such decisions. Whichever sites are selected, a modal shift in transport will be required to address the issues that you raise. Walking, cycling and use of public transport must be used for many more journeys, and the private motor car must be used for many fewer. Therefore, I am dismayed to learn that Kent County Council are proposing to remove local bus services, including the number 8 Sittingbourne to Conyers by Bapchild and Tenham, the 343, 344 and 345, covering Newnham, Doddington, Linstead, Conyers, Tenham, Bapchild, Rodmersham, Redgar, and Sittingbourne Schools and Town. The 662, Tenham to Linstead and Norton School, and then on to Doddington, Newnham, Ospringe and Faversham. The 664, Conyers to Tenham and Linstead School. The 666, Faversham to Shelditch, and finally the number 9 service in Sittingbourne. Instead of cutting bus services, forcing many more journeys, especially to and from school, to be made by the private motor car, KCC should be engaging with Swale Borough Council to develop an innovative approach which will enable many more journeys to be made by public transport. I hope that you will join with me in encouraging residents to strongly object to these cuts to public bus services in the forthcoming consultation.
Councillor Whiting, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, and I'm very grateful for a very long answer to the question I never asked. And we had an awful lot of answers in there to questions I didn't ask. I'm just taking the thing from the Kent Online report back in February that said that the cabinet member, Mr. Mayor, opposed several parts of the local plan, specifically the homes around Tenham. And my question was, does he still oppose them? Or is he in favour of them? And he hasn't actually answered that question. Thank you.
Well, I think I did answer the question. That consultation is no longer standing. We await the new regulation 19, and when I see what's in it, I'll tell you whether I support it.
Councillor Davey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep. On the housing again and homelessness. Could I ask the Cabinet Member for Housing what impact the ending of the support for the Kent Homeless Connect service will have on the services provided by Swale Borough Council for the homeless and rough sleepers? Thank you.
Councillor Martin, please.
Thank you, Councillor Davey, for your question. I have to say I was shocked and disappointed by KCC continuing to cut support for some of the most vulnerable in our society at a time when many of them are facing significant additional challenges and as a result of the pandemic. A part of the Kent Homeless Connect contract, those with additional needs are given supported accommodation, including at the Quays in Sittingbourne, which is one of the largest facilities utilised within the county. This service literally acts as a lifeline for the most vulnerable in society. I'm extremely concerned about the financial implications for the council in particular. District councils have been hugely impacted by the pandemic. We need to be clear, this is not a saving for KCC, but a cost shunt to this council. Whilst the contract might have been homelessness in the title, homelessness is evidently the symptom, not the cause of the issue being faced by vulnerable people. And we estimate that this decision might push up costs to Swale Borough Council of approximately £500,000 per annum. Whilst this might be a small portion of KCC's annual budget, it would increase our projected deficit significantly. Swale could be amongst the hardest hit areas by the cut, not only due to the Quays, but also because we are the host to Kent's Remand Prison. Currently, half of those released from prison in Swale have no fixed abodes, many of whom end up being referred to the Kent Homeless Connect contract. Our rough sleeping service has grown from strength to strength over the last 3 years, yet we are continually seeing new individuals rough sleeping every week. The loss of this service will no doubt increase demand for the RSI team. Officers are actively working with KCC around the transition arrangements, and we are proactively working with Riverside, who run the Quays, to look at alternative delivery models that we are also seeking to include in our next rough sleeping initiative bid to DLUC due this week.
Councillor Davey, do you have a supplementary question? Thank you. Members, I would like to extend or suspend standing orders again from 10:30 onwards. All those in favour? Yeah. So I will ask a show of hands for those in favour. Going to be 6. Those against? Go for abstentions on this one. Anyone abstain? One. But we will be suspending standing orders. So it's 26 to 11, not time, that's the number of votes. 26 for 11 against. In case you got confused there. That's right, yeah. Well, it is dragging on, isn't it? I mean, mind you. Anyway, The next question is again, Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll paraphrase it somewhat, as I now know the cabinet member responsible. So, can the cabinet member for community explain the reasoning behind the wording in paragraph 4 of the guidance notes regarding the application for a disabled parking bay, or particularly the requirement that the applicant should be in receipt, I believe it says, of the high level of DLA or of an equivalent. And I'm copying in the paragraph below for reference. Before a bay is granted, checks are made to confirm that it is justified. You must have a current and valid blue badge, and you should receive the higher rate of mobility component of the DLA or an equivalent benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David, for your question. The Blue Badge Disability Pensions Parking Scheme was introduced in 1971 under Section 21 of the Chronically Sick and Disabled Persons Act 1970, which sets out the requirements to be met to obtain a blue badge, which for Swale residents are issued by Kent County Council. The KCC website sets out the criteria and can be seen at a long web address, which hopefully people will be able to see when it's printed in the minutes. Swale Borough Council, however, installed disabled bays on behalf of KCC, the Highways Authority, and the criteria is therefore set by them, KCC. Guidance notes can be seen at, and it's on the Swale website, along email address again. The application form and the guidance notes were drafted by KCC for local authorities to use. I have asked for the latest guidance from the parking manager at KCC, just to make sure that our guidance document is still in line with the current KCC criteria. It is my understanding that KCC asked for proof of DLA, now the personal independence payment, and attendance allowance for over 65s as a way of assessing the applicant's mobility status through professional healthcare assessors. It should also be noted that in paragraph 4 on the Swale Council website, it is stated in bold red text, any exceptions to these circumstances should be stated in writing and accompany the form. That's the application form. If the application is refused for not meeting the criteria, residents can appeal to KCC for a decision. I hope you find this helpful.
Councillor David, do you have a supplementary question?
More of a supplementary statement, but I'll take your word for it. And thank you, Councillor Palmer, for the answer and for a bit more of an explanation on it. It just occurred to me that for someone, and this is in reference to a case within my ward, that someone would be penalised because they decided not to draw benefits down from the government and has used their own family to support them so far, and now is forced into claiming benefits that they never intended to take, which is why I asked that question. But now you've explained the fact there is an appeal process, I will take that resident through it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davies.
Councillor Winkles, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would the Cabinet Member for Planning explain what he thinks could be the impact on Swale residents from the reduction in subsidy to bus operators from Kent County Council?
Councillor Baldock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank Councillor Winkles for this very pertinent question. The savage slashing of the bus subsidies by Kent County Council of almost a third is a terrible blow to many sections of our community. It will particularly hit those who are the most vulnerable, such as our pensioners and disabled who may not have access to a car and for whom the price of taxis is prohibitive. It also hits at our young people, leaving them ever more reliant on their parents for transport. Socially, it is yet another nail in the coffin for sustainable rural communities. It is a decision that runs counter to all progressive policies, including KCC's own policies. It undermines their commitment to supporting alternative transport to the car. It undermines their commitment to active travel. And with the knock-on increase in car usage that will result, it runs counter to their claims of wanting to improve air quality and improving the environment. It also means more wear and tear on our highways which are already severely over-congested, underfunded, and in desperate need of dramatic investment. Whilst this Conservative government is imposing ridiculous housing targets across Kent, there is a huge need to achieve a modal shift in transport away from the car. Again, this short-sighted, counterproductive decision by KCC makes such a shift even harder to achieve. The results for all our residents is overwhelmingly negative and counterproductive. It diminishes the vulnerable by further removing their self-reliance. It undercuts once more the fabric of rural communities, and it means more congestions on the road for everybody else. It is incumbent on all of us who support the vulnerable, who support rural communities, or who support the maintenance of never deteriorating highway network to oppose these cuts, and to ensure that when public consultations are carried out, we help as many people as we can to respond, letting those at KCC who voted this cut through to be fully aware of the pernicious impacts of their voting when setting this year's budget.
Councillor Wincliffe, do you have a supplementary question?
No supplementary, would just like to thank the Cabinet Member for a very comprehensive reply. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the nominations for Mayor 2022-23. One nomination has been received for Mayor for 22-23. I invite the leader to propose his nomination for Councillor Simon Clark and give a short supporting speech.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Simon David Clark is a local man. He's born in Worms Hill in 1963. He attended Milstead and Frinstead Primary and St John's Secondary. Then he took up a career, firstly training as an electrician, and then Simon became an HGV driver and is due to take the Transport Managers International Certificate later this year. Simon is a strong trade unionist, and he joined the Labour Party, where he's held many posts, particularly as chairman of the local party, something at which he excels. He was a councillor for Roman Ward from 22 to 2010, and he's been councillor for Homewood Ward from 2015 to the present. His real passion in the council has always been in planning, and he was quite surprised in 2015 when I asked him to consider being chair of audit, something that I thought he'd be very good at, and he has proven so to be. He's been on the board of trustees of Age Concern, 3 years as chairman. He's a volunteer driver for Swell CVS. He's a strong local man with strong local links, who's given a lot to this council, and I'm sure he would be a mayor with great dignity, follow on the mayor of great dignity we've had this year.
Thank you, Councillor Truelove. I'd like to invite Councillor Angela Harrison to second the nomination and give us a supporting speech.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've known Simon for many years, one of my crew. I'm delighted to be able to second this. I wasn't allowed to do my usual 20 seconds, so I'll read it quickly. Simon, as Councillor Truelove has said, drives a truck, and he got into listening to Radio 2. So anyway, he was driving along one day, and a motorist came alongside and was signalling him. I don't mean them sort of signals, but sort of like there's a problem. So he pulls over, and yeah, there was a problem. His trailer was on fire. So it's a pity it was them, because now we'd have video of it, wouldn't we? Anyway, so he rang 999 and thought, you know, the fire truck had come along. Well, it did. 2 fire engines, a water tanker, 3 police cars, a senior fire officer and an ambulance, and they closed the eastbound A14 for nearly an hour. But it got him onto Radio 2. Anyway, I'm really pleased to be able to second this. So I know you're going to have a good year. Thank you very much.
Members, it is not necessary to hold a secret ballot as only one nomination has been received. So I would like to ask all those in agreement to please raise your hand. Yes, you can, yeah. 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 Those not in agreement, please raise their hands. Any abstentions? One abstention. I'd like to announce that the nomination has been agreed and congratulate the new mayor-elect. Nomination for deputy mayor 2022-23. One nomination has been received for deputy mayor for 22-23. I invite Councillor Baldock to propose the nomination of Councillor Sarah Stephen and give a short supporting speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was told to keep this short and brief. Yeah. It is my great pleasure to propose, can't say Councillor Stephen, Councillor Sarah Stephen always sounds a bit long, but Sarah, to be the position of our Deputy Mayor for the year ahead. She has such a great enthusiasm for Swale. She's always talking about how she goes into the shops, how she's talking to people. When we want to know what's happening and what the local traders are thinking, we ask Sarah and it's like we get the song and verse. That positivity, that energy will be so welcome as our Deputy Mayor. She's got such a positive vision for the future, working with Monique, talking about how Swale, the whole of Swale can go forward. And again, it is that enthusiasm, that bubbliness, if I'm allowed to use that word these days, but really does work well for a Deputy Mayor. She has a lot of experience of working with charities around the world as well as locally, and again has a lot of support and a lot of enthusiasm for that work, that sort of where people get up and do things and achieve things, and again something that we want to see more of in Swale. And of course, having served 2 terms as the current mayor's partner, she will be able to share that experience with Councillor Simon Clark, obviously in a different way. with obviously yeah. So I'm more than happy to more than happy to nominate Sarah. I think she'll be absolutely an excellent Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Baldock. I'd like to invite the leader to second the nomination and give a short supporting speech.
I jotted down words like energy and enthusiasm. I'd like to second the nomination of Councillor Sarah Stephen as Deputy Mayor. Since her election in 2019, she has shown energy, enthusiasm and commitment to Swale as a community, and also an incredible enthusiasm for the role of Deputy Cabinet Member for Economy and Property, and a tremendous support. I think see Councillor Bonney nodding there. You will know about all these qualities, Mr. Mayor, and to bring these qualities to the civic duties ahead, and I think we'll all be proud of her. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. And again, it's not necessary to hold a secret ballot as only one nomination has been received. So all those in agreement, please raise your hand. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think that's unanimous, so we won't ask for anything else on that one. So I'd like to congratulate the new Deputy Mayor-elect. Okay, moving swiftly on, we go to agenda item 16, change of governance model, outline of new committee structure. And I'd like to invite Councillor Baldock, Deputy Leader, to speak and propose the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note that it is 22:42. I did ask, but I wasn't happy this was on the same agenda item. I think this deserves a lot of talk. I think it's an exciting, exciting journey that we're going on. But I understand that you don't want to listen to me singing the praises of this for the next 10 minutes. I think it is exciting. I welcomed the comments made by the Leader of the Opposition earlier about this way ahead and the fact we're making this dramatic change. This has been through the working group. The working group has spent a lot of time on this. What we need tonight, and this is why we couldn't go home really, what we need tonight is the agreement of this outline so that we can actually put it into place and start the new system in May, but giving officers a clear steer as to what committees will be set up, how many of them, and what they'll cover. And I think this is, the next step on a really exciting journey for Swale. So yeah, ask to agree.
Thank you, Councillor Baldock. I'd like to invite the leader to second the recommendation and ask whether he wishes to speak now or reserve his right.
No, I'll speak now, and it is late, but we did have a very productive presentation before, and I think people are more and more conscious of how this will work. And as Councillor Baldock says, and as Councillor Horton said, we'll be a better council in future. It'll be a better council to be a member on, and I think we will make more democratic decisions than we've made on balance over the last 20 years of the cabinet system.
Thank you, and I'd like to invite Councillor Horton to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I took the opportunity to express my views during the training briefing earlier on. I'm conscious that not everybody was there, and I'm not intending to go back over and cover that ground again. What I did want to say is thank you very much to the Chief Executive and to the Head of Policy Governance and Customer Service for taking us through that journey. I think the one thing that is starting to focus our minds is this is only a couple of months away. And I am still disappointed by how little some of the people in this chamber appear to understand about the changes. There is an adage about taking a horse to water and it being able to drink. We need, as individuals, to engage in this process properly. Our staff, our officers can give us all of the training and all of the guidance, but if we don't switch our minds on and don't listen to what's going on and understand what's going on, we are going to find ourselves in a very, very difficult position in May when we have to, and we will be making decisions. It's not something where we can have a little bit of a dabble and see how it goes. We will be making decisions, and we as a collective group need to get our heads wrapped around the implications. I found the training very, very useful. I commend it, and if you missed it for whatever reason, please catch up on it. Hopefully we'll make it available as a video broadcast, and please engage with the people who represent you on the committee, because we need to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. And I'd like to invite members to speak on this subject now. Councillor Whiting.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep you very brief because I did speak earlier as well. I am grateful to the Chief Exec for setting up the training session earlier. We spoke about it some weeks ago, and I was really grateful to her for organising that. I think it was a very useful session. We were asked to agree this document as a way forward and to provide a steer. My only complaint, and I made it earlier, is around paragraph 3.4 on page 218 in respect of the Planning Policy Committee. We seem to have introduced here an unnecessary step between the committee deciding what the planning policy should be and make recommendations to full council, and we have this interim step where it's suggested it goes to P&R before it goes to full council. And that there are two issues for me with that. We don't expect that of any other decision-making committee within this structure, so it stands alone in that respect. And And it becomes effectively then, as a standalone committee, it becomes effectively a sixth committee. And if it's there in its own right and not as a subcommittee of P&R. So I agree and want to take this thing forward. I've always supported this move back to committee system, but I really do have serious doubts, and I hope the members of the working group will take that back, and when they come forward to full council with their final recommendations, take account of my concerns on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There's no other members that wish to ask questions, then all those in agreement, please raise your hand. Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? One. Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving swiftly on, annual climate and ecological emergency progress report. I'd like to invite Councillor Ballantyne to speak and propose the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm aware of the lateness of the hour, so I just want to commend the annual report on the progress of our climate and ecological emergency action plan. If you've not read it, I would recommend you have a look at page 227 in the agenda. That's the front page, and there's a graphic there that summarises all the highlights. So that will save me summarising them here and taking up our time. I'll just mention a few. I mean, I think I'm particularly proud of what's going on with in the refurbishment of the estate in Swale House and Masters House. I think those are particularly exciting projects. I think it's great to see our fleet of EV vans and the charging points in the car park providing a very visible leadership of the change to EVs and the EV charging network. There'll be a car club coming shortly to Faversham, and hopefully more car clubs throughout the borough, which will allow people to make more journeys by active travel, but have access to a car when they need one without having the expense of having to own and maintain a car. We've joined UK 100, which is a group of the most climate ambitious councils in the country. And we've also joined an organisation called Race to Zero, which means our cuts in carbon will be logged and reported in a UN standard format. Race to Zero includes 1,000 cities and local authority boroughs around the world. And so we will be part of that. What I think is really nice about this is actually it's going straight to the local level. It cuts out the national governments, the national commitments, and it cuts to the chase on dealing with climate change. We undertook to eliminate single-use plastic from council operations wherever possible by 2021. I'm happy to report we've done that. There's an appendix to the report that will show you what we've done. But we won't rest there. We'll now use our best efforts to cut single-use plastics where it's impossible. And actually, in all seriousness, what it was impossible today is becoming possible all the time. So as new projects come to the market and prices drop, I'm sure there's more we can do on that. And the fuel and water advice service, I think, is a particularly important initiative. It's helped a lot of people, and given what's happening to energy bills at the moment, I'm particularly pleased to see we've got that service up and running. One thing that isn't in the report is that an NGO has been rating climate action plans across councils. You'll find all the details at the Climate Scorecards UK on the web. So we were the second best scoring council in Kent and in the top 20 of the country. I'm sure Councillor Henderson will be particularly pleased to hear we scored well on the ecological emergency, and we scored well on co-benefits. And I think the point here is that the benefits of the actions that we're taking are not just reducing carbon, but they're producing many benefits for our residents: warmer homes, healthier homes, we're producing better green spaces, better biodiversity for in public spaces for people to enjoy. And I could go on, but there are many co-benefits of what we're doing. In fact, we'd be wanting to do these things even if there wasn't a climate emergency. And I just want to end by thanking the officers who have been involved. I mean, it's really cross-cutting. There's really probably no service in this council that hasn't contributed to this, but it's been led by our climate action team. Martin Purcell has come relatively recently into managing it, but he's done it with enthusiasm. And Janet Hill, of course, leads as our climate change officer, and very ably assisted by Grace Cooch, who has done much of the work you see before you, and particularly sort of organised the improvement in the graphics in the report. So I commend it to you, recommend we note the progress.
Thank you, Councillor Valentine, and I'd like to invite Councillor Gould to second the recommendation and ask whether he wishes to speak now or reserve his right.
I'll second the recommendation and I will speak now. Basically, I think this report illustrates very well the idea of a golden thread. This is something, as Councillor Valentine said, that cuts across everything that we do. And I think the fact that we have this report, that we have this focus, is actually beginning to move the council towards that, seeing this as one of the overriding priorities, which it needs to be for the emergency that we face. So I would commend the report, and although it is a sign of good progress, I think maybe the only comment I would perhaps have on it, that as always, these numbers are small compared to the challenge that we face, and all of us need to really look at upping our game substantially in everything we do, because these are small numbers compared to the numbers of people out there and the numbers of the challenge that we face. This is about setting an example, but we need many, many more people to follow. We've got a huge hill to climb here. Thank you. But I would commend the report.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Councillor Horton to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both Councillor Valentine and Councillor Gould for proposing and seconding the report. And Councillor Gould, I think you've hit on some really pertinent parts around the volume of work that is involved in the green agenda. This administration has made it very, very clear that the green agenda is its priority. And the opposition have supported the administration in every single vote that has been held about the green agenda. We are at one. I am a little disappointed that we are not quite as far along this road as we would like to be. But I think there are a number of reasons why we are not as far along this road as we would like to be. The green agenda is important for our children, their children, and for the planet. And every little bit and every little thing that we do makes a difference. And lots of little things done together can make a huge difference. Councillor Valentine mentioned the Climate Scorecard UK. I think, to be precise, we were actually joint second, not second. And we had a good score. The disappointment was we had nothing out of 5 for costing our climate change aspirations. And there is a real complexity. If we had done that and we understood what it was going to cost, we'd have scored much better than we did. My one concern is that an administration with lots of priorities could end up being an administration with no priority. And I think the green agenda needs to be high up on our priority. And you have, I think, some difficult decisions around what you think is most important. We are quite clear, and we will continue to support the green agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. How many, if we've got many questions, yes, then we will suspend standing orders. All those in favour? Okay. Those in favour of suspending standing orders? This is the last agenda item. It's just a few questions, so it will be over very shortly, but I've got to go for suspending standing orders.
Instead, Mr. Chairman, I beg you move to the vote.
If members are happy with that, then we shall move directly to the vote. Thank you, members. The meeting is now closed. They make their minds up sometimes.